Chair, you have a live mic.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please take your seats, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Ms. Patterson?
Yes, sir. This brings us to our 1 o'clock time certain. This is item 10A. It's a recommendation that the board discuss whether it wishes to consider an amendment to the Tourist Development Tax Ordinance number 2017-53 to impose an additional 1% tax as a high-impact tourism destination for a total of 6% tax, and to provide direction to the county attorney and staff to start the process for the amendment and required referendum. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. Just so the board knows, I'm not asking the board today to vote on any tax increases or the tourist tax, but I did want to bring this issue up and get into a discussion of the Paradise Coast Park and what I think would need to be done if the board moves in the direction to complete that park. And the purpose today is to make a case for, yes, we need to complete that park, and here's a mechanism by which we can accomplish that. So it's been no secret. I've been a champion of wanting to complete this park. We've had cost overruns, supply chain problems, COVID problems, contract problems. No question, a lot of mistakes were made as this project evolved from the very beginning. I like to blame our then staff for all of that. They're not here right now, so that's good news.
Or you can blame me.
You can blame Commissioner McDaniel as well. I want to blame somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've learned a lot of lessons, and we have what I believe to be a real gem of a park. It's just not finished, and I think what I want to do today is make the case for why we should finish it, and here's a potential way to do it. And I've got a lot of folks that I've been meeting with for the last couple of months or so. Every couple of weeks, I would get a stakeholder group together, and we would talk about the needs out there and the approach to getting this done, as long as the board understands and agrees that it's worth doing. I want to read a paragraph in a letter that really has gotten me thinking a lot, and I think this is something that all of us need to really focus on. This Paradise Coast Park is not just a sports park for FC Naples and for the sporting events that Adrian Moses is able to attract to this thing. It's a whole lot more than that. It is a community, it's a regional park, and the tourists are paying the vast bulk of that cost. To put that in perspective, Commissioner McDaniel out in District 5 with the big Corkscrew Park, I don't know the exact amount that park's going to ultimately cost, but I'm going to guess by the time it's finished, if there's a field house out there, for example, you're probably going to be talking about a $150 million park by the time.
Plus minus, it is 150.
Yeah, and so when you look at Paradise Coast Park and you think, okay, we're going to wind up spending $170 million on that park, it sounds like a tremendous amount, and it really is, but it's more than just a facility for FC Naples. It's a facility for our community, and this is one thing I think that really highlights it. This is a letter from a gentleman, Kenny Rogers, not the real Kenny Rogers, but a Kenny Rogers, and it's talking about the summer closing of the North Collier County Veterans softball fields. And it says Collier County Softball provides year-round play every Tuesday and Thursday mornings for area seniors. For the past 35 years, our organization has provided softball at either Veterans or North Collier Park for hundreds of members. I am one of the members, and I live in Naples in Collier County. And then he goes about saying, we have been told all county fields are closing for June, July, and August. Now, our staff accommodated this particular group by keeping a field open for a couple of weeks in June to accommodate this team. But other than that, all of our fields, all of our grass fields are shut down June, July, and August. There are a couple other fields that are not grass fields that can be played on, but our field's shut down. So we have our entire community without baseball fields, softball fields, and the ability to play those sports June, July, and August. That's when our kids are out of school. That's when the families need things to do. And the one thing that I've wanted to emphasize from the very beginning is that this Paradise Coast Park will provide those facilities not just for our sporting events that are attracting different types of groups, but for our kids and for our families. And I think all of us have witnessed at least one of the FC soccer matches where you get 4,000 to 4,500 people out there everybody's having a wonderful time. It is just a wonderful facility. We just need to finish it, in my view. And so we were all up in up in Washington, meeting with our senators and congressmen, and Senator Scott came into our meeting, and the very first thing he said was to this group, and I was very pleased that he said this. He walks in and he says, "I just took my grandson to a soccer match at Paradise Coast Park," and he said, "I hope you guys are going to finish that park. It needs to be finished." And so I'm sitting there thinking, well, I couldn't have said it better. That we really do need to finish this. And so the question becomes how? And again, I've been meeting with the group, and we don't have $40 or $50 million in tourist tax dollars available for this right now. But we do have the ability to levy a 6 penny tourist tax. So I asked the tourism industry if they would take a look at what we're trying to accomplish, what I'm trying to accomplish here in terms of moving this forward. And the response that I've gotten is, yes, they really feel that this facility needs to be completed, that it is a tremendous engine for tourism in this community. And with baseball fields and softball fields, that engine will be running really, really very smoothly. They haven't quite gotten to the point where they've said, yes, we want you to levy a 6 penny tourist tax, but they've gotten to the point where they've said they will take a look at that and they will evaluate it. And of course, that's the only response you could expect, because it's a big deal. Now, will a 6th penny, if we put this out there, would that affect our tourism industry? I think the bottom line is it would not. There are many counties that have that. I don't think anyone's going to be looking at going from a 5% to 6% is going to make a big difference in our tourist industry, but it'll make a huge difference in our ability to attract these teams and to do things in the off season. I want to pull up, if with your permission, I want to pull up. I believe I got a PowerPoint that has been loaded up, and I want to just spend a few minutes kind of going through this. Now, these are some PowerPoints or some images that came out of the Hunden report that we all sanctioned probably 6 months ago. And their report is still kind of in a draft form, but I have a couple key elements. So this first slide, the baseball softball optimally aligns with Collier County's off-peak tourism season. Soccer, turf fields are not ideal for the summer. Our fields are closed in the summer, and Mr. Hanrahan can talk about the fact that our fields are closed and that these turf fields are problematic. And then the issue of basketball and volleyball in a type of a field house. And they say that the local demand is strong, but the peak athletic seasons for indoor sports overlap with soccer. And I think some folks in the hotel industry will tell us they don't need a whole lot more room nights in the season. They do need a whole lot more room nights in the summertime. So that perfectly overlaps with what I'm presenting this afternoon. Then it goes on to say local hotels are overloaded during the winter months. Local hotels struggle during the summer months. So then on to the next slide. They talk about the recommendations from Hunden. 11 dedicated diamonds, softball 5 diamonds, baseball 6 diamonds. Now that may not be the right mix, but at least they're telling us this is what they would recommend, at least initially, and that's something that we should consider if we're going to continue to finish this park. Future years, they talk about the indoor field house, something that should be perhaps in the next phase because of the overlap with the current season. Then the next slide just shows preliminarily how they would lay the fields out. Again, nothing that's cast in concrete. If you could go to the next slide there. Okay. Were you able to show the slide with the fields? I wasn't looking up at the time.
You skipped past them.
Oh, okay. Well, not a big deal. We've all seen the picture of the slides. And then they have the demand and financial projections. Scenario 3 is the recommended scenario where they do the fields, and they talk about Commissioner McDaniel, what the return on investment would be. And that's just dollars. That's not the return on investment in terms of having these facilities available for our families and our kids, along with our other regional parks. The next slide just shows the seasonality of the room night generation. from the different scenarios. Scenario 3, you can tell that there's the most room generation in May, June, and July of the other scenarios, and that's the baseball and softball fields. And finally, the last slide is just a kind of a summary of that, again indicating that their recommendation would be to go with, if there's going to be a completion of this park, that the next phase be the 9 or so fields, and so we can increase our summer sports. So got to looking at, okay, well, if we do want to build these fields, we're talking $40–50 million, maybe even a little more over a period of years to do this. How could we possibly do it? And we don't have ad valorem taxes for this. We don't have enough park impact fees to do this because we have lots of park issues to deal with. To my way of thinking, there's only one way we can do this. And I think that if we go in that direction, which would be the increase in the tourist tax, I think that the citizens would approve it. So what's the procedure? The procedure to go with a tourist tax would be this board evaluating it, a simple majority vote to put it on the ballot. In June of next year, ballot language would have to be submitted to the supervisor of elections, and there'd be a general election in November of 2026. Sounds like a long time away from now, but it really is not. Because once we make a decision, and that I wouldn't anticipate necessarily making a final decision until probably the fall, but once a final decision is made to move forward with that type of a tax levy, there has to be a program to get the voters to accept it. Now, the county cannot spend any money at all promoting or arguing against a constitutional or an amendment that's on the ballot. However, we can ask the Chamber of Commerce and the tourism folks to help wage a campaign. And of course, we can do our own thing. So what I want to do today, we've got a lot of people that are going to explain why this is something that needs to be considered. I thought, with your indulgence, and I see that Commissioner McDaniel, you're lit up, but if I could just proceed for another minute or two.
Finish off and then I'll go, sir.
All right.
You're the chair.
I think first, James Hanrahan was going to tell us a little bit about why we need more fields, especially in the summertime. And is James still out here? Oh, yeah, James, come on up. And Mr. Moreno, I'm going to ask you to be next, if you would, and tell us a little bit about how you see the community need, not just FC Naples, but the community need for these fields.
Can I go before them?
Absolutely.
If you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay, just, ostensibly, Commissioner Saunders, I'm in support of bringing this initiative forward. But there are some questions that I have, and I'd like our staff and the folks, everybody, to hear where my concerns are. There's a lot of history here. You and I are the only two board members that brought this forward. I was the one that made the motion to discontinue negotiations with the Atlanta Braves for that facility, and then made the motion to have this facility constructed.
And just for the record, because it's important, the issue with the Atlanta Braves, if I'm saying that right, that was a prior board back in 2015. They were in negotiations to bring a professional franchise down here.
Right.
Our very first meeting, it was on the agenda for us, and it was a unanimous vote to not move forward with that, because the understanding of belief was if you want to watch professional baseball, you can drive 30 minutes uptown, and there it is. But we needed this type of facility for tourism and for our families.
Absolutely, and the estimation of the expenses associated with this park were direly underestimated to us. I mean, when I say direly, I think if I recall, they were representing this facility to be constructed at no more than $80 million was the estimated expense. I need to know where we're at now, how much we have expensed out so far as we go forward here. I need to know what the TPC for the proposed expansion of this facility is, total project cost, that's what TPC stands for, with regard to the baseball fields and the field house. One of the representations that instigated me to support the Paradise Coast Park was there was an 80,000 square foot indoor stadium being built inside what I call the dam of I-75. 80,000 square foot Cat 5 stadium to be built on this facility in phase 1. And then all of a sudden the phases got changed. We went to a phase 0, and the field house gets moved out to phase 4 or 5. And here we sit today without an 80,000 square foot evacuation facility for all of our residents, especially with the last 2 hurricanes and the tidal surge events that we've experienced. We don't have the capacity to really well. We have the capacity, but not as well as if we had that field house in fact constructed. And so, and then the last question or statement that I'm going to make is I need to know what the O&M is, the ongoing maintenance and operations and maintenance is what O&M stands for. I need to know what those operational expenses in fact are. I need to know what we're looking at today with subsidization for this facility out of our general fund, both in the borrowed money that we've utilized to construct it and the O&M that we currently have, and then with the addition of the ball fields and the field house, what the additional O&M expenses attributable to those are. Now, last point, you brought up Big Corkscrew Regional Park. I think we're at 120 now. We'll be at 150 by the time we're done building baseball fields and all that out there. The difference there and here is that's a community park, a regional park. And really, other than a little bit of field rental that we get from different clubs and organizations that utilize that facility, we don't have a lot. We certainly don't have the revenue generating capacity that we have out of Paradise Coast. Paradise Coast has already proven with our current operator that we have the capacity of really offsetting the expenses associated with it. So those are just a couple of questions as we're going forward with this. If we do decide to do it, I need to have the answers to those as we go forward.
And I think all of us need those answers, obviously. And like I said, this is preliminary. I want to kind of get the sense of where the board might be on something like this, and because my goal is to move it forward at some point. So, Mr. Hanrahan, in terms of just the overall need, especially in the summertime when our fields are shut down.
Absolutely. James Hanrahan, Interim Director for Parks and Recreation. Just want to speak specifically to the local play. I know we have sports facilities to talk as far as the tourism. As Commissioner Saunders mentioned, during the summer, that's when we do our cross-county closures, which allows, this is the best time and allows for us to redo all the fields, which includes repairing worn areas with sprigging, seeding, sod replacement, aeration, managing soil compaction. We work with our partners, our sports partners, both the youth and the adults, to find out that best schedule. And you're absolutely right. It's June through August. June, July, and August. That way they're prepared for the fall. Now, there are some outliers where, as you mentioned, the senior softball that like to use the fields, but we did work it where we looked at the fields and we kind of staggered which ones could be closed without hurting the process of making sure that they're all ready, because when you have natural grass, you want to make sure that the fields can withstand 3 to 4 months of play. So when you have that closure, you're absolutely right. The seasons, they shut down. The fields are closed, and we're, like, as of right now, Vineyards is the first one that we're working on. So having artificial turf fields, if the commissioners decide to go that route, would allow play during the summertime, and we could have both baseball diamonds, softball diamonds available, because as of right now, our inventory for parks does not have any artificial turf for diamonds. We do have 4 artificial turf at North Collier, 2 at Big Corkscrew, and 1 at Eagle Lakes of what I call rectangular fields, where you can do soccer, lacrosse, football, those kind of things. So if you guys decide to add this to our inventory, it would help out in the baseball, softball area for sure.
Right. I also asked Mr. Moreno if he might have a few words about the community use of these fields and what he sees as needed out there. He's out there all the time, I would guess, at this point.
My second home, yes. Bob Moreno, COFC Naples. I'm here with Alessandro Martin, who works very closely with me. The first thing I'll say is I want to just thank all of you guys again for the support of FC Naples. I know Commissioner Locastro, Commissioner Collier, you were out there on Sunday. I'm not sure.
I was out there. I was hiding in the corner taking some pictures.
Taking pictures. It was a very special night with honoring our fallen heroes. We had a lot of veterans there and a lot of families there, which was very special for us. So as you guys have seen, FC Naples has gotten off to a really good start on the field, which is exciting. But what I control is the off-the-field experience, and like Commissioner Saunders was saying, the amount of families and kids that are coming out to the park and enjoying themselves is just incredible, right? When we envisioned this, we always knew that this was going to be a big part of it, but I personally never imagined all the kids rolling up and down the hills, having fun, not even really paying attention to what's going on in the field, just having a great time, not looking at technology, just being themselves, right? It's so hard nowadays to be present with all the technology and your phone and everything, that being at a sports event sort of makes you feel that. I'm a big-time golfer, and I love playing golf. And to me, the Masters and the fact that they don't allow cell phones in the Masters is just incredible, right? I don't know if you've seen the pictures that come out of this past tournament. Just everybody focused in the moment, looking at what's going on without looking at their phones. And that's what you're getting at FC Naples games, is people are out there just enjoying themselves. So when it comes to expanding the sports park, I'm a huge supporter, right? I'm the first one out there every day looking at how the demand is, right? We work in the same office as Adrian's team, and all we hear are calls of people wanting to reserve fields, and all I hear is, we're booked, right? And that's just for soccer. I can't even imagine what it'll be for baseball during the summer. And then the second piece of this, we talk a lot about grass fields versus turf fields, right? So in our stadium, we have a turf field, and it's a great field to play on. And I feel like we have a little bit of a home field advantage because the field is very, very fast to play on, and other teams aren't that accustomed to it. Plus, we have a very fast team. That's the makeup of our team. But it is challenging, almost impossible, to bring high-level soccer teams, like from the Premier League in England, to play and practice here during their winter time because it is a turf field. One of the homeworks I had was to talk to a couple of teams, and I have some letters I'm going to send you of teams saying, look, we would love to come to Naples. We'd love to, these are big-time teams, and practice in Naples, but the fact that there's no grass fields at the sports complex makes it impossible for us to do that. So I would just say that's something to consider maybe down the road. I don't know if it's an additional field or if it's replacing the current stadium field with grass. I know there's a lot of challenges that come with that, but I just wanted to mention that. And the last thing that I'll say is this weekend I stayed at the Great Wolf Lodge during our game, just because it's right next to the stadium. And while the kids are enjoying the Great Wolf Lodge and they're loving it, when you're at the pool, everybody's looking at the stadium saying, what's over there? What's over there? What's over there, right? So I think just having more options, more availability, improved food and beverage, more activities for kids will just grow the sports park, both for tourism, but I think most importantly for our local kids. Alessandro's here with me because I thought it was a good moment for him. Alessandro was born here, grew up here, and I just thought it'd be good for you to say a few words about what it would mean to you to have just more availability.
Most definitely. Mr. Commissioners, thank you first and foremost for having us here. Alessandro Martin, FC Naples. But more than that, I was born and raised here in Naples, and I have seen this city and this county grow extremely, extremely fast. And with growth, that comes a lot of responsibility. One of those responsibilities is to continue to create outlets for our local youth. These are places where they can grow, where they can stay active and stay out of trouble. Expanding these fields means more kids outdoors, more kids. It creates more opportunities to build character, discipline, and friendships, as well as keeping them away from bad influences. But sports are more than just physical spaces. They're tools for development, mentorship, and community. As Naples grows, so does the need for places where kids can play, learn, and feel like they belong. This expansion is an investment in our community's future, a direct place to keep our county safer, stronger, and family-focused. Thank you for considering an investment that gives our kids a better and healthier future. Thank you.
We have I'm sorry.
I just want to say one more thing that I thought about, which is building it is fantastic, but maintaining it is very important, right? And I think that that's a big thing to consider. And I just want to sort of give a shout out to Jamie French, James Hanrahan, Jamie Cook, Eric, and the whole parks team, because when they came into the sports park and sort of got their hands on it, it's completely changed. And I think that that's an important thing to continue doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, thank you. You know, we say that growth pays for growth. I think this is a great way for tourism to pay for tourism. And what do we got to do it?
All right, well, that's why I wanted to get this started, because what we have to do, I think, is pretty simple. The execution of what we have to do might be a little tougher, but what we have to do is, first of all, Chris Lopez is here from the tourist industry. Maybe this would be an appropriate time for Chris to come up, and maybe Liz Sanders as well. Chris has sent us a letter that basically says, yes, we should do improvements and complete the Paradise Coast Park. He's not ready to say his association would support a 1-cent tourist tax, but I think he's probably prepared to say that that would not have a negative impact on tourism necessarily. And I think he's probably prepared to say that if the board wants to move in that direction, he will meet with his association, and we'll see if we can get them to help us do a campaign. Because quite frankly, I think it passes. I think this type of a campaign passes regardless, but because we sell it as tourists paying for some important amenities for us. But it would be nice to have go hand in hand with the business community and the tourism industry. So I guess, am I accurate in what I've said in terms of where you are and where you think the industry might be?
Absolutely, Chairman. Thank you. Yeah. Chris Lopez, on behalf of the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. Commissioners, thank you all so much for your recent support of tourism as a vital economic driver to this region. We are absolutely here to support, on behalf of our chapter, the Collier chapter of the FRLA, to support our friends at the Paradise Coast Sports Complex in finalizing the build-out of what is already an immensely impressive complex and can only get better. We've seen the data from Adrian and his team. We believe that this would be a tremendous tourism driver in our summer months. You know, even though we've got the brutal heat, it's already here, summer's already here. These tournaments and these teams still travel all summer long, come from all over the country, all over the world, and we think Naples should be their first stop in those summer games, those ball fields, and expanding the multi-purpose field. So yes, we are absolutely here. The chairman's correct. Thank you for incorporating our members and our organization in some of these conversations. We echo what Commissioner McDaniels kind of brought up. We would like to see the total project cost at the end of the day and the maintenance costs for upkeeping this coming out of TDT, an increase in any kind of TDT revenue. Being the industry that would handle the brunt of all this tax and the increase, we are surveying our partners across the state to recognize comparable markets and comparable TDT tax percentages. And we're just, you know, we're in a see and wait phase now on the final Hunden report and the survey and the final cost analysis. But our organization would, you know, wholeheartedly really review this. And, you know, if it came down to it, you know, we would really consider, you know, being that support that it would need to drive to get to the ballot box and things like that. But of course, coming from the commissioner's recommendations and things like that, still some stuff to review. But again, we're here in full support of finding the right plan and the most cost-effective plan to get the PCSC finally built out.
Right. We have 3 folks here from Sports Facilities Management. Jason has come all the way. I'm not sure where you reside, Tampa, and Jack from Tampa, and Adrian. Why don't you 3 gentlemen come on up for? I want to thank you for a couple things. Number one, participating in the meetings I've been having to talk about this, but also for you to be here, and maybe you could each spend just a minute or two talking about what this could mean. In your case, Adrian, a whole lot more than a minute or two, because I think you're the real operator here in terms of getting things done. But what can you do with these baseball fields, and what would that mean?
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, everyone. Adrian Moses, General Manager for Sports Facilities Companies, representing for Paradise Coast Sports Complex. Thank you for the kind words. Nothing that we've done so far has been without the support of the two gentlemen behind me, the county staff, and of course my staff on the ground as well. So I think looking back to when we took management of this facility in November of 21, those for a little history lesson will recall that our predecessors were operating the facility at a huge subsidy to Collier County. It took us just about 18 months to revert that trend by having a robust schedule booked in with operators that we trusted, but also making changes to how we operated the facility in terms of making it more efficient. It was about that time that I introduced the concept of bringing in a soccer team to supplement the success that we had predicted was going to come. And I think that is being replicated into some of the results that we've had recently at the last TDC meeting, reporting record numbers in terms of revenue, efficiencies in cost of goods sold, and getting to a rhythm with the amount of events that we're bringing in, improving on efficiencies every year with our expenses. As that we look forward to the potential of baseball and or a field house, we are completely confident that we would be able to continue the trajectory of the growth. Obviously, starting at a beginning point, but after 2 or 3 years, getting up to that efficiency, that momentum that we're seeing right now, which is just snowballing, and utilizing the soccer team for what it was brought in for, and that was supplementing the facility over the summer months, which we're seeing right now in terms of the return from that. I do have letters from our partners, which I'll give to the court reporter to be put on record. These are from 5 different operators of respected and successful operators of baseball and softball tournaments, with their support for a facility in Naples. But not only that, these delve into more detailed operating of how they would use the fields. So in terms of driving that economic impact and that revenue for our tourism industry over the summer. Lastly, I'd like to point out the fact that the most difficult part of my job is inconveniencing all of the local programming groups. And I mean that because they all ask us for a certain amount of field time, and the amount of fields that we have, we're unable to justify giving everyone exactly what they want. So we end up having to compromise and inconveniencing everyone equally. I know that they hate me saying that, but ultimately we're not going to make a decision of choosing one organisation over another, and these additional fields will allow us to ensure that these individual organisations, starting with the baseball and softball groups, will have more than a fair amount of share of fields in the community.
I want to ask you one quick question, because I believe I read in some of your literature that Paradise Coast is or can be one of the premier amateur sporting venues in the country. Did I misread that?
Well, if you're asking me, it is the premier sporting facility in the country.
That's what your literature said, and I just wanted to hear you say that on the record.
Oh, absolutely. That doesn't mean that we rest on our laurels. Like I've spoken in front of you guys before, saying that we have a top tier facility. We need to keep on putting our foot to the throttle in terms of making sure that we're continually staying on top of the tree. We were recently recognised in a poll as the top soccer and lacrosse facility in the country. That was a poll of operators and visitors to the facility, it was a great honour to just be mentioned on that list, but to top it was good. But I'm going to pass this on to the court reporter.
Yeah. And you can just hand it to Ms. Patterson.
Okay, and I'll pass it on to Jack for more comment. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Jack Adams from Sports Facilities Companies. I won't take a lot of your time restating some of those things, but I'd like to summarize a couple of them because the history is important to what we're suggesting is going to happen in the future. When we came aboard, there was a $1.6 million deficit to the park, operating deficit, not counting what the county spent on its end, but the operator was in a $1.6 million. We said we could get that back to zero. and we said we could improve on it. And we're heading towards about a $500,000 surplus this year. Those are dollars that can be used back for other purposes in the county or for the ongoing maintenance of the park. We're suggesting that if you build those baseball fields, that number is going to be close to $2 million. And the reason we think it goes up is because the general and administrative costs of operating that park are already being absorbed. We have a staff. We have an administration building. We have all of the things that you spend one time to stand up an operation. You have somebody out there booking, you have somebody selling sponsorships and so on. So the additional revenue is going to be just revenue minus costs. And then to your point, Commissioner, the ongoing maintenance of those fields too, which we have on our end baked into the number that I just gave you. So we're from the beginning that we did what we said we could do. We said we would find you a soccer team. We stood here and we asked for your permission to negotiate. We think you're generally really pleased with that outcome. So are we. We're standing here now saying that if you build those baseball fields, then we'll achieve the results that you're speaking of. I also want to just talk about the indoor building for a little bit because we're for that too. This is all just about what you want to do and what you can get done. Both of those things will be very, very productive. We can make both of those a net positive, and each one just has a construction cost that you need to consider, taxpayers need to consider. But we have several projections we've given you. We can update those for you as needed, but they will be net operating positive for Collier County.
Thank you.
Afternoon. I think the only thing that I'll add is our gratitude for partnering with you. This isn't our park, it's your park. We're stewards of it. And whatever you determine is the right next step, we will be in support of that for sure. And along the way here, I mean, we work for you. We wear Collier County lapels when we're here. If you need support or help dialing in on what those construction costs are going to be, nobody is developing more youth and amateur sports complexes, artificial fields, diamonds than we are around the country. So please leverage us as much as you need so that the right decisions can be made. The vision for the park isn't turf, it's not brick and mortar. The vision is for what happens in the park. Facilities are great, but they're there to facilitate outcomes for the local community, to spur economic growth and local development. We see this happen all over the country, and so again, we're proud of what we've accomplished together over the last 3 years. We're grateful for the partnership with county leadership, and we also know that there's a lot of potential left there, and we are here humbly to take whatever feedback you have and be part of the team as we help that park get to its potential. So thanks for the time.
Mr. LaCastro, you have a question? Or?
I'm just going to make a statement if that was the last speaker.
No, we got, I think, probably two more, and it'll be quick. I know Liz Sanders is here. I don't know if she's fine. She's runs some hotels, and they're looking forward to having some summer business. And Jay Tusa, I'd asked him to just spend a quick minute talking about how successful this has been. I think we all have a good understanding of that, and then what you think the future could hold if this park was completed.
Yeah, happy to be here. Jay Tusa, Tourism Director, for the record. So I just wanted to chat a little bit about kind of where we are with our numbers and kind of the importance of summer visitation and what it means to Collier County, and not just in relation to the sports complex, but overall. But while we're talking about sports complex for this topic, I think it's very relevant. Just to kind of give you some numbers here. So these are last year's numbers, so I think they're very relevant because they're just a year ago. But we had January, February, March, so our primary, peak season months. Our average daily rate was $485, and then our average daily rate for June, July, August was $272. So big difference there from peak season to kind of the low season. So obviously, if we can start building up that business in the summer months, we can raise that ADR and make more money, have more economic impact. And then as far as room nights sold, January, March, February, March, we had 274,000 room nights, and then for June, July, and August, 195,000. So you can see big difference there on those room nights. So, if you can equate this and you can have, some additional dollars coming in for revenue streams for beefing up the summer months, that has a total economic impact of what we see just in our TDT collections, which that's a big, win for the county in reinvesting those dollars, but then also the economic impact, what it does for our hotel partners, our dining, our shopping. So definitely there's some numbers there that we can certainly crunch, and that is some stuff that we'll see in the final Hunden report when that comes back to you. But I just kind of wanted to kind of give you a little taste of what we're seeing and what we could possibly see as a result of the impact on the expansion of this complex.
Yeah, we're going to need a lot of analysis as to what the, if we do make this expenditure, what that means in terms of room nights and, sales tax and tourist tax revenues.
And Hunden has all that pro forma. So they sent us a draft report, and that's obviously where you pulled these slides out of. I'm trying to schedule a meeting with them to go over the draft. Excuse me. And the Hunden representative was out on vacation last week, so we're trying to get that meeting scheduled this week or perhaps beginning of next week at the latest. So we're anxious to get that done so we can bring that report back to you.
Great. Do we have any registered speakers? Is that it?
Just folks you've already had up, sir.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank Bob and his staff for Sunday, just the fantastic event that you've sponsored. I mean, as a veteran myself, and Commissioner Colwell was out there as well. You hit it out of the park as far as the proper and professional way to honor veterans and their families, and it was repetitive on the big screen, giving out American flags, and I saw there was a couple of boxes left afterwards, so you could save those for maybe 4th of July or an upcoming event. But it was perfect. I mean, sitting there as a veteran and talking to others, it was noticed and appreciated that you guys did it perfectly. Just here's a couple things that I'll say. If this is on the agenda, to see if there's an appetite to move forward on this, I think it goes without saying. But a couple things that I'll just say, just to maybe give a little bit of a different perspective or an added perspective. I actually don't think this passes, or that we should assume it passes regardless, because I think if we do a bunch of things wrong, which we have done in the past, it could be very confusing to citizens. Number one, yeah, the sports park is 5-star, but citizens also know that we had big cost overruns and all these other things. And even just because it's tourist dollars, so I'll just speak for me as a citizen, it is important where the money comes from, but as a citizen, I'm not one who says, well, it's tourist dollars, so if there's overruns or they waste the money or they decide to do this or that or whatever, it doesn't matter. I want to see a county that can manage the money properly, that can get the right contractors in, that don't amend their contracts over and over and over again. And if it's tourism dollars instead of actual taxpayer dollars, I look at it as it's county money first. So some things that I think we'd have to make sure we do properly this time, that I think we learn some lessons from the sports complex, is, first of all, the right kind of marketing campaign, not only as to what we're trying to do and what would it do, and just as the chairman was saying, all the right numbers, Jay, showing hotel days and all that, but also to really make it specific to citizens where the money comes from. Sometimes we sit here and go, oh, it's tourism dollars. The average person out there is playing golf or fishing right now. All they hear is, I wouldn't be surprised if the front page of the paper said, Collier County Commissioners raised taxes to build baseball fields. Because don't forget, and I'm just reminding us of stuff we don't know, how many people were frustrated until Commissioner Hall kicked everything in gear on Fun and Sun. Then we sit here and go, oh, we want more baseball fields. It makes it look like we decided it in 5 minutes. So we have to be ready for that. And this would be something that we would want to ensure did get passed easily, exponentially, quickly with a really big number, because we had a great plan. We explained to citizens what we're doing, what we aren't doing. We stuck to a budget. We made sure that we did a deep dive and we got the right people in here. And, on some of the projects that the county has had recently and even in the past, we've been burned a few times, and we have to show that we've educated ourselves and learned from those mistakes. So I certainly think, if the question here is, do we have support to do this and move forward, that goes without saying, but we got to really get it right, or it'll be another one of those great things that got done, but had a whole bunch of sloppiness to it, and I don't think that's impressive. The good news story on the sports complex goes without saying. The final product looks amazing, but I will tell you, there's still a percentage of people out there that go, well, it should look amazing. You spent over $100 million on it. It took forever. You did this, that, and the other. And some of those things are actually not 100% correct, but perception is reality. And you do have some citizens out there that say, wow, I walk by portions of the sports complex and they're packed. And then I walk by things that a lot of the money was spent on that maybe aren't as utilized as they think. So, I think we move forward, but let's really make sure that we have that we're conscious that every citizen out there doesn't necessarily know the difference between the different pots of tax money, and sometimes things can run in a certain direction in a real negative way. And also we have to make sure that everything that's brought to this board shows correct use of those funds with tight oversight, and minimal cost overruns, and how we're going to manage all of that. And then Jay, of course, your piece proving why this isn't just a great idea and we want to, quote, finish the park. I will tell you, there's some citizens who think it's finished. And so if we think that, we have some missed opportunity. We've got some homework assignments to do, and then all of us to help advertise that, and all of you as well, so that we get the right message out there. But I think there's great potential here for sure.
All right. I brought this up, obviously, today. As I said, it seems early, but I want to make sure we do get it right, and that's the objective. I want to make sure that as we move forward, assuming we're going to move forward, that we put together the right program, that we meet with the right people, and that we get the public behind what we're trying to accomplish. And I think today was a good start. I think having representatives of the industry that would be taxed on this, I think it's really important. And so I'm pleased that they are here and are supportive, at least at this level. I understand that there's not official support of a 1% increase in the TDC, but I think we'll get there. I think that they'll recognize that it's in their best interest to do this. So nobody's lit up here. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Just as sitting here doing some thinking about it, there's got to be a balance between the fields that we add versus the staff that we have, to where you don't add so many fields, you got to increase your staff. So there's that balance that I would like to know of. Jason, you mentioned that y'all are good at figuring out how much the stuff costs to build. When we get those figures, I would like to throw in 2 more years of cost increases so that we have real life numbers that when we ever do get there. And I say that because I want to know if we're going to do this, if we're going to do it in perpetuity, or what the sunset years are, so we can just take the amount of money. We're going to generate basically $10 million a year on the low end. That way we can figure out how long we have to do it. And I don't know about a referendum. I've never been involved with one, but can you explain those types of things in the referendum to the voters?
Yeah, this will be a question for the county attorney, but yes, we can provide information. We can put information on our webpage that talks about what it is, but we can't say on the webpage, we encourage you to vote for this. We can only say here's information concerning this. It'll be on the ballot at a certain time. We cannot, and Mr. Klasko will have to weigh in on this, but we cannot spend taxpayer dollars to promote a ballot initiative. Is that fairly accurate?
That's very accurate.
Right. So yes, we can provide basic information at a very low cost.
Can I add something on piggyback on that?
Yeah.
A lot of times when something's added to a ballot, though, it doesn't have 12 paragraphs explaining what it is. So here's what it's going to say. Do you approve a 1% tax, blah, 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 period? And if we don't do our homework correctly, and like you said, it can't be the county, but there's other organizations out there that have to do it. The average citizen who doesn't even know the judges' names, they know who they're voting for president, senator, maybe their county commissioner, and then they're like, judges, school board, they'll get to that. And it'll sound like a tax increase if they haven't done their homework, and that's what we want to avoid. So that's why it does take a whole lot of preparation. You can get something on the ballot quickly, and there's times where things get voted for or shot down, and then afterward, when it's explained, citizens go, oh, I didn't know that, that's what I voted for. And when you see 1% tax, the average person doesn't understand TDC, they don't understand this, and it's like, oh, those commissioners. So that's where there's things that we can do at the county, but there's also things we can't. So that's where I think we'd really have to be relying on the folks that are in this audience and others who aren't here, because the way it'll be written on the ballot to somebody who hasn't done any homework at all, and if they didn't see any of the marketing, there'll be a big percentage that just put no, because it'll just look like a tax increase to them. So we got to be mindful of that.
Mr. Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. I like this idea. I really want to take a deep dive into this and definitely move in a direction where I feel that, that's very important. Our taxpayers, our constituents have to understand that this is a different animal than us raising a tax on them like it was when we did the surtax for those other projects that we just talked about, like the mental health facility, where that was an overall board sales tax increase of 1 penny. So this is, this would be restricted to particular specialties, right, which would be the parts that are linked to the tourism collection of money.
Right.
That's important that the citizens understand that. So basically, these are other people's citizens paying for it, not
It's
our
a-
citizens, in
it's
a
a-
way. Even though we all, when they go out to dinner and stuff, they may,
It's a tax on short-term rentals.
on short-term rentals. Yeah, that would
Hotel rooms.
That'd be a good way to drum
I
them.
mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Lots of other stuff.
But I think moving forward, I understand these baseball fields, softball fields, and I understand the dilemma we have now with the ones we have in place is because, we have to take advantage of the rainy season with these grass fields to reseed, get them back to health for the next season, because that's typically why we shut them down. Now, I would think AstroTurf fields at this new facility may be a little bit more at front, but maybe over the long run, they would be more cost efficient because you wouldn't have the yearly maintenance on them like you would with the grass fields, and we wouldn't have to. We wouldn't have to shut them down. We can use them all year round. That makes sense. But I definitely, we're talking about getting to the point where we raise the money to finish this project. And I think the project needs to be finished. But I definitely feel we need to take a deep dive on, I'm not talking about phases when we do them or don't do them, but I think a deep dive when we do get around to building the field house, that I think there's better options on that property than where they have it originally located. I'm kind of goofy like this, but I take my days off and I walk around this county. And I walk around that park a lot when I don't let people know I'm there, so they don't know I'm there. So I walk around. You have those practice fields, and I've run this by a few people, and they're like, oh my God, we never thought of that. And you have the practice fields, which just on the other side of the stadium, or warm-up fields, they call them, I believe, on the map. I've never seen anybody warm up on them. They're just fenced off grass fields, twice the size of the footprint that is on the other side of the stadium, where could be a parking lot that would lead directly in the stadium. And I've run this by a few people that I think that would be a better location in the future because we could take advantage of the bigger footprint. We could force multiply the building by using extra stands, seating, overhanging the grassy seating we have on that side of the stadium already, where you don't have real seating, with extra boxes built into the building itself to sell suites. Because I know I went up there Sunday and all the suites were sold out. And I guess you probably could have sold out some more suites if you had the availability to do it for the soccer game Sunday. And, you don't want to just look at this one-sided too. This would probably, we could make it big enough that this could be a tri-county evacuation site. That would service Broward County and Miami-Dade if they have to evacuate from the east to the west. And there may be dollars out there that we could probably utilize through federal grants, possibly. I don't know. There's people out there that know a lot more than me that may help build this particular facility. And then you also look at, we don't always have to host sporting events, and we can host boat shows, we can host sportsman shows, we can have home shows, we can have a lot of things inside this facility, let alone a place the soccer team could practice in inclement weather, and things like that. But, I don't want to, I'm always trying to think outside the box. So I'm thinking, we can make this even much, much better place and a destination year round for people to come and visit. And maybe find some other dollars in other ways if we make this a hurricane-safe facility. So,
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, you kind of stole my thunder, but that's okay. I'm listening to what I'm hearing up here, and I see a general consensus to move forward with this prospect. My suggestion to our staff is, as we're moving forward with this, we begin today to solicit both grant funding, federal, state grant funding for the evacuation facility for the field house, and philanthropic dollars for contributing to the construction of the baseball fields, and maybe even to the field house itself. We're not opposed to accepting philanthropic dollars to assist with naming rights and so on and so forth to assist with this, which will ultimately lay off a portion of that expense and cut down on the debt associated with the finalization of this park. So I would like to see us move forward on those fronts at the same time, because as Commissioner Saunders said, even though 26 sounds like a long way off, it'll be here tomorrow. And so if we begin those efforts now, we'll be that much further ahead.
All right, so I think there's general consensus, if not unanimous consensus, to move this along. I'm going to make a couple suggestions. One is that we each have specific questions. I would suggest that we just do an email to the manager what our questions are, so that they can start to be addressed. They range from what is the real tourist impact, what are the costs to construct these things. But let's get individuals to send questions to the manager so she can direct those to the right people to start getting us the answers to that. Those questions and those answers are going to be very important in any type of a campaign that we have. As I said, I personally believe there's only one way we can do this, and that's that sixth penny. Now, the good news about the sixth penny is that it will generate about almost $10 million a year. I think it's 9.7 was the projection for if it was in place right now. So over a period of time, there's going to be more money available. There'll be money available to finish the field house. There'll be money available to finish the fields. And over a period of time, there'll be money available for beach renourishment and advertising and a lot of the things that the tourist industry really has to have. And the idea that we can rely on federal grants and even state grants for a lot of this stuff might be fantasy going forward. And so I think this will help us be prepared to do the things we need to do to promote tourism and keep it alive in this community, even if those federal and state grants start to dry up. There are other projects that all of us have talked about where we would like to use some tourist tax dollars. The City of Naples has some issues as well. And so this I think, solves a lot of problems. And I'm hopeful that the tourist industry will recognize that and will go along with it. So in terms of moving this along, I think maybe we don't have a second meeting in July, but we have a first meeting in July. So that's about a little over a month from now. Maybe we can start to get some information from our staff as to how this would work. Perhaps Jay Tusa can provide us some information, along with maybe some estimations from sports facilities management, and start to put this together, because early in the fall, September, 1st of October at the latest, my intention is to come back with a motion to direct staff to develop the ballot language, which will be fairly quickly. As a matter of fact, Mr. Klaskow, why don't you distribute the ballot language now so we all know what the ballot says. But to kick off a campaign to get this done. And as it has been said, we're a year and a half away from an election, but when you put it all together, it's not as much time as it seems. So I really appreciate the consideration of the board. Ms. Patterson, do you need any further direction from us, or are you pretty clear on?
No, sir, we understand the direction, and if the individual commissioners can provide us any other questions that they have, we'll get the minutes that we talked about a lot of that, but as you said, anything else that you want us to be working on in preparation for July.
All right, great. If there's nothing else, we'll move on. And I want to thank all of the participants that came today, especially all of you that came to my office for meetings every couple of weeks for the last 6 weeks or 8 weeks or so. And again, the goal was to try to find a solution to a problem, and I think you guys came up with it. So I want to thank you for that.
Chair, before we move on, we got correspondence from Clerk's Minutes and Records that they don't have a record of the board's vote on 11A.
Yeah, I make a motion that we continue 11A. We're still in a meeting, so we can do that.
Was all in favor of?
Yeah, maybe just for the record, what was that item?
11A. This is the David Lawrence item. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think I made the motion. Commissioner Colwell seconded the motion.
We never
voted
official.
on it. So, what's that?
Yeah, we kind of lost track of
But
it.
we never said all in favor.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Any discussion? Mercifully, no. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Thank you for that
Thank-
house
thank
cleaning
you.
item. That brings us back to 11C. This is the item that we started before our time certains regarding the Camp Keys property. So I see Trinity coming back up to get started on this one again.
Me back into my presentation. So I believe Commissioner McDaniel was chatting, but ultimately where we are is to direct the county manager to move forward with preparation of a purchase and sales agreement with the Fair Board, and also provide direction on the price per acre. The current market value, just a reminder, because 9:30 was a long time ago, is $20,250 per acre based on recent appraisals that we have, and the original purchase price was just over $13,000. And if the board desires to sell at less than market value, then we would recommend working with the Fair Board to include a reverter provision and deed restriction on the property if it were to cease operations as a fairgrounds for the future.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, okay. Do you, my colleagues, recall my discussion this morning about where they're going to go? The previous conversations that I had with them, there is one proviso that I didn't share this morning. Unbeknownst to me, our utilities department permitted the current fairgrounds as a well field for freshwater supply for the new Northeast Regional wastewater water facility. So, and I caught Dr. George coming through, getting ready to punch wells down the midway where the fair is now. So we phase those out and have them set off in a, don't.
Good to be here, sir.
Just in case I need you.
I'll be here.
Okay. And so the bottom line is the relocation of the fair kind of sort of has to happen. It would be my preference, and I will say it out loud. I have shared with them from the beginning at the board meetings that I'm one of five. I don't get to make the final decision. I said that I would recommend that we don't make money off of the fair. We get the taxpayers' money back for the lands that we're going to sell the fair board, and that we would sell this 100 acres at an equivalent price to what our costs were plus interest. And so that would be my motion to go forward, along with staff's recommendation to allow for that reverter clause.
All right, we don't have anybody else lit up here. Trinity, you have anything else to add?
I do not, sir.
Anything else?
Just for the record, Jim Deloney, Interim Department Head, Public Utilities. It's critical for our Northeast plants that we continue to plan for these wells to be in that area. We've laid it out, we've spent money, we've obtained easements. In fact, we're going to be in work on here pretty quick in terms of putting a couple in as part of our interim facilities plan as we move forward with our Northeast service area big plant solution, which I'm going to come back and speak to you about a couple times the next month. So I would like to accommodate anything that's going to happen there, obviously, but I don't want the wells field to be something we think that is not necessary and needed for this region of the county. And that's the reason I chose to speak to that today, sir.
All right, thank you. Any public comment?
We have one registered speaker, Clay Brooker.
Clay represents the Fair Board. He had to leave, but I did let him know that I will circle back with him on whatever the board's decision is, and we'll be working with him as we move forward.
Commissioner McDaniel, I certainly have no issues at all with not profiting from the Fair Board, as long as all of our costs are included. And staff and I had some discussion about the reverter provision. I assume that is that the Fair Board, they're in agreement with that. I think that's critically important. That
I did chat with Mr. Brooker this morning about that, and this is just to give us direction. We'll work out those details and bring the actual purchase and sales agreement back to the board.
All right, great. You want to make a motion?
I did.
Did you?
I did, but I'll do it again if you want me to.
No, if you made one, then it's clear.
I don't know. Apparently, it wasn't because you're asking me if I even made one.
Well,
I'd like to make a motion that we proceed
It's,
forward with.
it's just a memory issue, you know.
Yeah,
That was a long time ago.
You forgot one vote, and
All right, we have a motion. I believe we have a second.
nobody seconded it.
Second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll second it.
Let me just, okay, you second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor,
I
sing.
just want to make a comment.
Yes.
I understand that we've had previous discussions with the fairgrounds about selling them for what we have in it. And I don't have a problem with that, because you've already told them that. But going forward in the future, what is wrong with us taking fair market price, offering a 20% discount? That's 20% equity in a spot, and taking the positive that we get and applying it to public stuff, maybe saving the taxpayers money. I'm just asking the question, I mean, is that taboo? I'm coming from private business. I hate to sell anything that I bought and that I paid for it.
This is your property. You can sell it for whatever you want to, or not.
Okay.
It's not taboo at all.
Okay, I was just curious about that.
This is just these, preserving the legacy of the Swamp Buggy, the fairgrounds, and the Sheriff's Youth Ranch has been top priority of mine all along. All three of those entities are getting squeezed with the development, and this acquisition of this piece of property, when Commissioner Saunders and I voted on this acquisition, it was shown to you that these were the uses that were allotted on that site. So this is a legacy move for helping those legacies. And I think your idea, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not going to say any more right now, but that's a really good idea.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passed unanimously. Thank you.
Commissioners, that takes us back to our item 9's advertised public hearings. 9A and 9B have been continued. So that brings us to item 9C. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution proposing an amendment to the Collier County Growth Management Plan, Ordinance 89-05, as amended, specifically amending the future land use element and future land use map and map series to change the land use designation from agricultural rural designation, rural fringe mixed-use district sending lands, to agricultural rural designation, agricultural rural mixed-use district, 341 Sable Palm Road Residential Subdistrict, to allow up to 423 owner-occupied dwelling units with affordable housing and providing for transmittal of the amendment to the Florida Department of Commerce. The subject property is 169.19 acres and is located on the south side of Sable Palm Road, approximately 1.4 miles east of Collier Boulevard in Section 14, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, ex parte from the board members, please.
Commissioner Colwell.
I have no ex parte.
Commissioner Hall.
No ex parte.
Daniel.
Oh, yes. Plenty of communication, emails, phone calls.
And Commissioner LaCastro.
I've had emails and correspondence.
I don't have any ex parte.
Chairman.
Or me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being
Chairman, I
corrected.
spoke out of turn too. I do have an ex parte.
All right, let's start all over again. Commissioner Hall, Colwell?
Commissioner Colwell.
Yeah, I do. I had a chance, correspondence.
And
Sorry.
Commissioner Hall, you've already.
I have meetings and emails on it.
Yeah. And I had meetings and emails as well. Commissioner McDaniel? You've already.
Yes, sir. I had phone calls, emails, and meetings.
And Commissioner LaCastro?
Yeah, emails, correspondence. I mean, when we say meetings with county staff, I think it's above and beyond that. So I just had correspondence and emails.
Okay. We're all set.
Got to swear him in?
Well, actually, this is legislative, so.
Yeah, we don't have to do.
But I was happy to hear.
We don't have to do disclosures.
We don't have to do
That's why
that.
we all said we didn't have any.
Right, so that's why.
But it was fun going through the exercise.
It was. Anyway, good afternoon. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the petitioner. John Rubinson is the representative of the applicant. Mr. Arnold is our professional planner. Norm Trebilcock is our traffic consultant, but I believe he has a pinch hitter here today. Gavin is here. And Tim Hall is our environmental consultant. And is JD here? No. So what you have before you today is a proposed growth management plan amendment on the property that is depicted on your visualizer. It's 169.19 acres. It's an existing farm operation. It's an orange grove that has been an orange grove for many, many, many years. It's disturbed lands that is in the rural fringe mixed-use district. As you all are aware, I think it was in 2002, the rural fringe mixed-use district was established in Collier County. There were no specific notices provided to any property owners as part of this process. And candidly, the owner of this property wasn't paying attention to what was happening when the rural fringe mixed-use district was established. And as a result, this property was designated as sending lands, even though it was already impacted. And I think your staff will agree, and in my discussions with your staff, had they paid attention, this would have never been designated as sending lands in the first place as far as staff was concerned. What we're seeking to do is to amend the growth management plan to establish a a sub-district that would allow for the development of a project that would have both market rate and for sale affordable housing units on the property. We're requesting a density of 2.5 units per acre on this property, which is consistent, and I'll show you an exhibit with the density allowed around it. The property is basically less than a half a mile from the urban boundary, and we'll get into a little bit greater detail, and Wayne will go through the greater detail the surrounding businesses in the area. And our goal is to provide for sale, as I mentioned, affordable housing for people making 120% or below in the median income. As you're all aware, Habitat is active in the for sale market, but they provide for the 80% and below income thresholds. There aren't any affordable housing projects, for sale products in the 120 and below category, which is candidly the incomes that most nurses, firefighters, police officers would qualify for those incomes. So we would be the first for sale affordable housing other than Habitat for Humanity. Our proposal would limit or provide 15% of the dwelling units for sale, which would be 63 dwelling units, and we'll show you in the master plan where that would be located on the property. The visualizer, this is your urban area. This is the urban residential fringe. The urban residential fringe allows for 2.5 units per acre. That's exactly what we're asking for on this property. And as you can see, it's a short distance between this property and the urban residential fringe. And I said we were going to create our own sub-district on this property. I wanted to point out a couple of things in the language that we're proposing. And we have the standard affordable housing language in there that this would be a 30-year commitment for affordable housing. So that's in the growth management plan language, and will also appear in the PUD language if this is transmitted and come back to the Board of County Commissioners. As far as usable open space, we're meeting the county's required 60%. If this were receiving lands for affordable housing, it would only be a 50% open space requirement. So we're providing additional open space on this property than what is required in other areas in the rural fringe mixed use district. Tim Hall is going to get into greater detail about the environmental benefits of this property. But as a highlight, we're enhancing the water quality. We're enhancing the hydrology. We're providing wading bird habitat, and we're increasing the on-site native area because we're going to be creating a flowway on this property as part of this project. And this project did not require it to go to the environmental the EAC because it's not changing really any of the environmental attributes of the growth management plan that would require us to go to the EAC. It is simply providing for affordable housing on already impacted lands. This is an employment map, and I'm going to turn this over to Wayne in a second because I'm starting to lose my voice and I don't know why. But this is an employment map in the area. Physicians Regional is nearby, as well as several other employers in the area. And as your own staff has indicated, and you've heard this many, many, many times, there's a shortage of affordable housing in Collier County. There's clearly a shortage of for sale affordable housing. And this is language from your staff report that was provided by Cormac Giblin. And we've highlighted that 50% of the people apparently in Collier County are cost burdened with their housing, meaning they're spending more than 50% of their income on housing. And it's a small project, but it's a much needed project as evidenced by your staff. Transportation staff has signed off on the impacts of this proposed project. As Wayne will take you through, we'll be improving Sable Palm Road and bringing it up to county standards from where it currently ends all the way to our project. And with that, mercifully, I think Wayne takes over from here, and hopefully I'll get my voice back before I have to get back up here, unless you have other questions of me before I turn it over to Wayne.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Good afternoon, Wayne Arnold, Certified Planner. Walk you through a few things. On the exhibit is our location exhibit, which Rich had discussed with you previously, but I think this goes to one of the central issues that we have, and that is it's very accessible to Collier Boulevard and the central part of Naples because, as Rich pointed out, you have several large employers who are within a 10-mile radius of the site. And that's something we've looked at for other growth management plan amendments and the employment, especially when we have affordable housing component that's associated with them. So you have an impacted piece of property that has literally zero environmental value today, and Tim's going to touch on it, but today you basically have a free-flowing agricultural operation that pumps off-site into the surrounding wetland preserve areas that's essentially untreated agricultural water. So what happens when we actually do put urban development on this, it is to have a good, safe, and high-quality, nutrient-loaded water management system that will treat that water before it discharges off the site. So there's little ecological value there, and Tim will talk about that. And then, of course, just the fact that we're less than a mile from the urban boundary on lands that I think, as Rich mentioned, were probably mischaracterized. You know, Rich and I came out of the county government system about the same time as the rural fringe process was happening, and we were retained by a lot of the developers to work through the process to help identify the appropriate designation for their property. And I think in this particular case, you had a group of orange growers who didn't really probably know of and understand that process because typically lands like this were not designated sending lands. Those are supposed to be your most environmentally sensitive lands, and this clearly is not. We have filed a companion PUD rezoning with this comprehensive plan amendment, and in this particular process, we're asking for you to transmit this plan amendment to the state. And we filed the companion PUD, and hopefully these come back together sometime later this fall. If you transmit, you see what state agencies, if any, have any comments or questions, and we have an opportunity to resolve any comments that you all may have as well. But on the screen is our PUD master plan that has been under staff review, and I'll just point out some of the highlights of it. Again, the project's about 169 acres. We made the commitment that 15% of the units were going to be for sale affordable, so the project is 100% for sale, which I think is unique, if I'm not mistaken, to anything other than Habitat, as far as I know, with regard to affordable housing. So we've identified residential areas which are highlighted by R, which is throughout a good portion of the site. We have residential, we have lakes. We also have an area in the northeast corner that will have its independent access, but that's where we've identified the place where these affordable townhome units will be constructed for sale. There's two access points to the project, one serving the townhomes, another central to the site, serving the balance of the site. One of the things that Tim's going to talk to you about too is the fact that we have a large flowway system that will be created that will take some of the flows of water that shed to the south across Sable Palm Road, and we will be cleaning that water and using it as part of our water management system, enhancing the one small wetland preserve that is on the site in that location. There's also going to be a buffer with a fence that separates us from the environmentally designated areas farther to the east, so you create this interface between the wildlife that might be using the area and our development tract. That's something that's handled throughout parts of your fringe and the NERPAs. We have standard permitted uses, but you can see from our list here, we have single family, two family, and townhouse, and all of those are for sale product only. We've also made provisions for the typical accessory uses, and in our preserves, we've made standard language in there for mitigation and nature trails, et cetera. One of the other public benefits that accrue from here, right now, if you drive out Sable Palm Road, and I'm sure most of you have, you'll see a portion that's near what I still call Winding Cypress, that has a sidewalk constructed on the south side of the road, and then you've got the hedge. So what we've committed to do is a little bit farther to the east, you actually have the project will pick up from where the county maintenance currently ends, and that'll be extended across the frontage of our property. And that will include redoing the surface of the roadway as well as installation of a sidewalk on one side of the road. I don't know if now would be a good time for Tim to come up, Rich, and maybe go through it. I've got some other planning considerations that I can at least put on the record. So maybe I'll do that before Tim comes up. But so just to talk about some of the other things and to wrap them up from a planning perspective, we're creating, it's not an isolated area. It makes good sense. We're doing some public benefits, the creation of the natural flowway. We're creating the wildlife buffers I mentioned. We're going to provide 60% open space on the site. 90% of our vegetation on site will be preserved. And we're also going to be improving Sable Palm Road with the sidewalk. And then we're also going to be installing a regulated water management system, which benefits obviously the public and the environment. So let me turn it over to Tim and let him. Water, sewer? Oh, we will obviously be providing water and sewer, so we'll be expanding Sable Palm Road to include water and sewer. Yeah, thank you, Rich. So with that, Tim, if you want to maybe come up and run through.
I have a quick question, Wayne. Before you go, I didn't see you express much of the improvements to Sable Palm Road, unless that was included in that first site plan.
It's not included in the site plan. We have a commitment that's in the actual PUD document that ties us to that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Hall with Terrell Hall & Associates. I was asked to provide kind of an environmental summary for the changes in the project over what it is currently as an active orange grove agricultural operation versus the potential impacts that might be associated with the change to development. And so there's a list here on the screen in front of you. One of the things is the ability to create better water quality for the surrounding preserve and conservation areas outside of the project footprint. As Wayne had said, the current use on the property, the agricultural, is under rules that were in effect several decades ago. So the unrestricted pumping that they have to keep the groves hydrated correctly allows for untreated water to be put into those adjacent preserves. With the conversion to the residential development, that stormwater generated on the site will be treated on the site before it's allowed to flow off. And companion with that is the changes in hydrology. Because of the pumping and the way pumping is done for agricultural operations, you get a hydro period that's very flashy, meaning the water table can go up and down very quickly based on how much water they're pumping out. Under the residential development, that outflow is actually regulated to a maximum amount of cubic footage of water over a given period of time. So it tries to reestablish or mimic the natural flow of water that would have been in place prior to the agricultural uses. As part of the flowway and enhancement activities that we're doing on the site, there'll be some wading bird foraging that will be better and more natural than currently occurs. There is some wading bird foraging that happens in the ditches on the property. Those ditches are subject to herbicide and pesticide applications. And so with that going away and the creation of a kind of more natural marshy area, there'll be some enhanced wading bird foraging opportunities. The native preservation, there are 2 areas on the site that aren't either developed, cleared, or in agricultural use. Both of those are very heavily infested with exotic vegetation. The exotic vegetation will be removed, natural plantings will be reestablished there, and the end result will be that the actual native habitat available on the site is going to increase from about 2.5 acres to just under 10.5 acres. And those areas will also be protected into the future with conservation easements that will be dedicated to the county. And then something that came up under the staff review as well as some of the reviews with the wildlife agencies is trying to separate the development from those adjacent preserve areas. So this 30-foot landscape buffer basically means that from the property line in at least 30 feet, there will be only kind of landscaping or yard areas, no actual residential roadways or anything like that within that first 30-foot buffer. And then the 10-foot fence and all will help to also preclude any adverse interactions between the residents in the neighborhood and the local wildlife. In conjunction with this, as it moves forward through the wildlife agencies, there will be other kind of internal things that will be required with the residents to avoid attracting bears into the property. Things like controlling outdoor pet feeding, barbecue grills, bird feeders, that kind of stuff will all be kind of more strictly regulated than it might be in other neighborhoods to avoid providing a food source that would draw those animals into the into the residential thing. The other thing that 30-foot buffer does is it actually also provides some increased protection from fire. Those conservation areas could either under a prescribed burn or an accidental burn could catch on fire, and that 30-foot buffer provides some safety from those conservation areas to the adjacent residents as well. And so that was my quick summary. If you have any questions.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Since you're an expert on hydration as well, talk to me about the flow under, and I'm joking about that, by the way. You know a lot about hydration or rehydration, but talk to me about the culvert scheme underneath Sable Palm Road, and because there was a movement afoot many years ago to rehydrate the south part of the North Belmead and $30 million pump station and over 75 and rehydrate that area to the north of this and enhance that flow of that water that goes all the way ultimately theoretically into Rookery Bay and such. So could you talk a little bit about the sizing of the culverts and the capacity of water movement there?
And JD would be better able to respond to the actual sizing. I'm not sure if they've actually finalized what the size of those culverts will be, but the intent will be to help move water from the north side of Sable Palm to the south side and essentially help with flooding concerns to the north, but also to help with hydrating some of the areas that have been cut off from one way or another to the south in terms of restoring more of that flow in a more natural type of system. Sable Palm kind of acts like a dam or a berm, and so enhancing the ability for water to get under there under flood type conditions is going to help both sides of the roadway to release and drop water levels on the north side, but provide additional water to the south when it's needed.
Who's JD?
JD is the civil engineer for the project.
Okay, Okay. Because that's something that's a huge, because we already know there are flooding issues on the north side of Sable Palm. And we know that if in fact those rehydration efforts come out to the north or to the south half of the North Belmead, then there's even going to be more water coming in there. And I need to make sure that modeling component is sufficient to be able to move that volume of water out.
Yeah, well, the 3 pump stations that they did on the Miller Boulevard, Faca
Right.
Union, and Prairie Canals, filling in those canals, establishing the pump stations is definitely changing the hydrology in that area. They've been in place for a couple years, but I don't think it's been there long enough or under enough different types of annual rainy cycles to know what all the effects will be this far out. But
Yeah, those were over in the Picayune, and
Correct.
they haven't been able to run the east-west pump yet. Only on a limited basis because they haven't had the backfill needed that they wanted to do. I'm talking about a different effort, almost in line with Benfield Road. They were talking about a pump station to move water out of that canal on the north side of 75 and then rehydrate from the north to move surface water down through and not directly into the Gordon River.
And I know that is as part of the modeling and all that they're looking at. I know he's looking at that, but I didn't do any of that modeling. So
Okay.
I don't know what this.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Yovanovitch, anything else?
That's it. I will point out, Commissioner McDaniel, obviously we'll have JD here at the PD consideration, but at the Planning Commission, the county's water management expert did testify that this project was consistent with the efforts you were just describing. Okay. With that, that's a brief presentation from us. We can answer any questions you may have, in addition to whatever Mr.
Commissioner Castro?
Is Mr. Bosey coming to the podium, or can you? Okay, thanks. This is a perfect example of where we have way too much misinformation out in the public. I mean, it's great to see all the presentations that you put on, but the negative with what you all just said is you make it sound like all that's automatically already approved. There's still a vetting process that has to happen. This is in my district, and I can tell you there's an explosion of citizens, of course, when anything is being proposed to be built, who don't want it. Who think we've already approved this. I mean, my inbox is full of emails that say, and social media, I can't believe the commissioners are allowing a 423 unit, structure to be built. We haven't done any of that. Right? There's been no NIM. There hasn't been all the normal or whatever is required. So all we're voting on today is on to change the growth management plan, and then it'll continue. I mean, and that's why I say to Mr. Bosey, with your expertise, I'd like you to separate rumor from fact, because there's petitions out there from citizens saying, please stop this, like shovels are going in the ground tomorrow. That's none of what we're doing right now. So with your expertise, if you could, briefly explain to the average citizen or reporter who's out there watching us right now, and to all the emails that we're getting, what we're doing right now and what we're not doing. And that's why sometimes when it's like, well, then we're going to put culverts and we're going to do this. Okay, maybe not, so that's where, as Commissioner Saunders always says, words matter. So that's all your proposal. We're not voting on any of that. Now, it all sounds great in some areas and maybe not great. And the other thing I would also just say, and you probably could speak to this, is a lot of times citizens think the answer to not having something built on a piece of property is Conservation Collier. Conservation Collier is not a program to buy real estate to prevent an apartment complex from being built. Conservation Collier exists, and we have Brad Cornell in the audience, to identify a piece of property that is environmentally sensitive, not that once had a bald eagle that flew over it 5 years ago, or somebody thought they saw a panther 3 years ago. It has to meet very specific criteria. So when citizens sort of beat us up that, we haven't used Conservation Collier to preserve this land, I think what all of us would say up here is, come to the podium here and explain to us why this piece of land would qualify for Conservation Collier. Just because it's green and has trees and you don't want to see something built on it. Commissioner McDaniel says this multiple times. People have the right to build land that they own on. Our job is to regulate and control it. But let me just go back to my original question. Explain to us in your terms, Mr. Bosey, because this is your area of expertise, what are we doing today and what are we not doing? We know that answer, but I want to hear what you and I talked about in my office.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Today's hearing is a request to transmit this growth management plan amendment to the state of Florida Department of Commerce. So you're not approving anything. You're not, there's no PUD that's even associated with this. That comes at a later stage. You are simply asking staff to transmit the components, the density and the intensity that's associated in the commitments that are associated with their sub-district to propose a sub-district for this 169-acre parcel of land. And it's a large-scale amendment, meaning that it has a transmittal hearings, which we're at, and then it will have an adoption hearing. At that adoption hearing, we'll marry the PUD, so the specifics of the PUD and a lot of the improvements that are going to be provided for, which are contained in the PUD are going to come. So today there's nothing other than we're asking you to transmit this document, this growth management plan amendment, to Tallahassee. Department of Commerce will look at it, provide us comments after 30 days from all the state reviewing agencies. We'll take those comments, we'll coordinate with the applicant, we'll schedule for a planning commission hearing, and then we'll move forward with a Board of County Commissioners hearing. And let me tell you a little bit about the process before we even got here. When we originally had this submittal come in, staff had some concerns with it because one of the things that we recognized is what Commissioner McDaniels was referring to is in 2023 when we adopted the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District amendments, we created the North Belmead hydrological area. And this is within that overlay. And that overlay wants to promote sheet flow from the north to the south, and with a pumping station at 75, get it over 75, bring it back down to the southern area, which is the Benfield Road area, and have that sheet flow continue, because that's all sending land area. So this is an area that really wants to promote that historical flow. And one of the things that we were concerned with, because this is an environmentally sensitive land, but this land, the 169 acres, is almost, is a farm field, an active farm field. It's not environmentally sensitive. Probably, I agree, it probably should have had a neutral designation at most. But when we came in, the original application, it didn't have a 30-foot buffer that separated the sending lands from where the development's actually going to begin. That's one of the things staff worked through with the applicant. The applicant finally agreed with that. They had a 55% open space. We asked them if they could get to this a 60%. They finally agreed to that as well. We went into the Planning Commission with a recommendation of denial because we thought the density was a little too high. It was suggested at 2.66 units per acre. We wanted it at 2.5, the maximum that you could get in that urban transitional area, to keep that consistency. At the Planning Commission, they agreed to that as well. So a lot of those benefits that are in this and where staff is now supporting was done just because of negotiation between staff and the applicants willing to work with staff and understand some of the positions that we have. We also recognize that, as described, some of the benefits that you really get will be contained in the PUD, talking about the culverts and improving that sheet flow that currently Sable Palm provides a hindrance to, but also the improvements, the utility extension, the sidewalk along, and within less than a mile from the urbanized area, with a unique commodity. We do recognize, Cormac Giblin, our Housing and Economic Development Director, is back there if you need to speak with. The 15% commitment to forced sale affordable housing is a unique commodity. I mean, like we said, Habitat's the only other one. We've never had a for-profit developer suggest that. So, and we also know that has real benefits of 63 units that are going to be made available for sale to individuals who, working within this community. For all those different reasons and all those sequences of events, what comes to you now is tied up in a tighter bow. But what you guys are doing would be simply directing staff to transmit this to the state, get some comments from state agencies if there's any relevant comments related to the proposal, and then it's going to come back. We're going to marry that PUD because the specifics, the do's, the details, where the devil normally is in that PUD. You'll get to see that the PUD after we schedule a planning commission hearing, and then finally, probably sometime November, December this year, you'll be asked to take action in an adoption hearing. So that's where this will all lead to, but today's is just transmitted to the state of Florida. And like I said, there's been a lot of work done. There's been a lot of modifications through this process to get to where we are now. I think we have a good project, and staff is recommending approval, asking you to direct us to transmit.
So there, to correct the record, there was a NIM that happened way back when, but
Yes.
it wasn't. Was it attended robustly or not so much? Or
Yes, it was well attended, and by the way, we'll have another NIM because it'll be more than a year before we get back to you again. So we'll have another NIM.
Okay, and that's what I would just, in conclusion, like you to outline is when it comes back from the state, and you sort of have, but I want you to tie it up in a tighter bow. The steps that are left, there's still plenty of public comment left. The public feedback that I've gotten, they think we've sort of circumvented the whole process, that they didn't hear about anything. They've never had a chance to come to the commissioner meeting and and give any kind of public comment. And today we're approving for shovels to go into the ground tomorrow. So you sort of just said it. When it comes back to the state, like Mr. Ivanovich said, probably another NIM goes to the Planning Commission, plenty of public comment. So pick it up from there so that we can separate rumor from fact.
And as you said, when it comes back to the state, we will they'll schedule another neighborhood information meeting and advertise, as well as provide property notification letters for that NIM. And then we'll schedule the Planning Commission. That will require another property notification, as well as the property notification, as well as the advertisement. People will have every opportunity to come. The first NIM, or not the first NIM, but the first Planning Commission member, we only had one person speak. There was only one person who one of the public showed up. One person in public showed up. They weren't in support of the process.
Mike, that's the wrong project. There was nobody there against it.
Oh, they were. Oh, that's right.
a different
Yes.
project.
There was no public comment on this.
But some of the public think that was it, that they missed it, and now it's running rampant. The project, the details that you're explaining here about the project, we will have a chance to say we like or don't like it. So will the Planning Commission. So none of that has even happened yet. I just wanted to be specific and on the record, because my constituents that are against this project are already at step 10, thinking we somehow went around everybody's back and we're approving today for it to be built, and that's not the case. We're approving for this to go to the state and then come back, and that's something where I think, based on property rights and whatnot, it's not something that we could hold up. They have every right to request this.
And they have every right, and as we said, Planning Commission will be notified, public notice, as well as property owner notification, and then your finally adoption hearing will have the advertisement for time and date of that hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Will the lineal footage of notice be extended by the time this comes back for a second NIM?
And I was going to bring that up. That probably isn't going to be, it's going to be running tight. If you would want to impose an additional mile for the notification, that would be I think would probably be a better safeguard than trying to make sure we get through the LDC process.
That's something we can decide now.
Mr. Jovanovich, do you have any issue with that?
I spoke to Commissioner McDaniel about this. If it's not adopted, we're happy to go with the proposed.
Commissioner McDaniel,
1 mile.
You want to make a motion on?
Yes.
You make a motion to move this forward. Add that to your motion.
Okay. Well, we still have public hearing and everything, but I just want to make sure, because that was one of the big deficiencies which causes a lot of mis and disinformation with the entire process, so that we're actually notifying the people. I mean,
Mr. Miller, anybody registered to speak?
Mr. Chairman, we have 8 registered public speakers for this item. Your first speaker is, I'm going to ask the...
Let's do this, because we do need to take a court
Yes, sir.
break. Why don't we come back at 3 o'clock? That's 17 minutes, but that should give us enough time. So we'll break until 3 p.m.
there you go.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Let's go ahead and wrap up this particular item.
You want to continue with our public speakers now, Mr.
Yes, let's go ahead and get.
I'd like to ask our speakers to queue up and use both podiums in the interest of time. Your first speaker is Bonnie Murphy. She'll be followed by Christine Briggs.
You guys are real troopers. You've been here all morning, so.
That's right.
All afternoon.
Good morning. This is a learning experience for me because I've never done this before. But I want to thank the commissioners for hearing me out. I became a resident of the Tamarindo community in July of 2024, relocating from my previous home in the Ole community in Lely. My move was prompted by ongoing structural maintenance and issues. Between 2019 and 2024, I was burdened with more than $25,000 in assessments for roof, stucco, balcony, and other unsustainable incomes. Prior to purchasing in Tamarindo, I conducted a thorough research and was encouraged by D.R. Horton's reputation as a builder. The home I purchased is well constructed, but as many homeowners in our community have discovered, the broader development faces serious drainage and infrastructure issues. I want to sincerely thank you all for your support in ensuring the builder takes responsibility for resolving these problems. Without the intervention, this could be devastating to many of us who own there by not allowing the COs. Now I must raise a new and pressing concern regarding the proposed development along Palm Sable Road. Particularly in the light of zoning changes being considered, my primary concern is additional development in this location may intensify my drainage issues and increase the risk of flooding in my Tamarindo community. I purchased in Tamarindo community because I was in a Zone C, and I was also told I didn't need flood insurance. If I need to get flood insurance, that's going to be a financial strain. I'm not asking you to move an airport. I looked at this property before I bought there and thought it was safe to buy there, so I really don't want this zoning changed. Let me be clear. I fully support diverse housing options, including those for low-income and fixed residents. However, in the 34114 zip code, we're already accommodating substantial growth with a wide range of options available at all income levels. We have Echo Condensa with 488 units of affordable and senior housing. Creative Commons, you have 107 senior living options. Songbird by Habitat, there's 52 single-family homes. There's a well-established community. You have Tamarindo, you have Hacienda Lakes, you have Verona Walk. You have Fiore Naples opening in 2025. With all these additional housing, it's kind of scary. The total rentals right now that are available in the 34114 zip code are approximately 388. There's 165 houses, 309 apartments, and 40 condos. These prices range from $4,500 a month to $1,200 a month. Beyond housing, I urge the board to consider the environmental impacts of continued rezoning and construction. The land surrounding Palm Sable Road is home to a fragile ecosystem, including the critically endangered Florida panther. Continued development in this sensitive area leads to habitat destruction, disrupts wildlife corridors, and weakens the region's already stressed environmental systems. Once this natural land is gone, it cannot be reserved.
We're going to need you to wrap up.
Okay. This issue goes beyond just infrastructure inventory. It is about sustainability, responsible growth that considers the long-term health of our environment, our infrastructures, and our residents. As an example, I recently experienced...
If you could kind of get to your conclusion,
Okay.
we really need to move on.
Well, anyway, I just don't want this built. There's not enough emergency rooms and things to take care of me when I am sick now. I had a 5-week wait on a test that I needed. We just don't have the infrastructure to do it. Thank you. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Christine Briggs, and she'll be followed by Brad Cornell.
Thank you for the honor of speaking to you. I speak on behalf of over 680 residents who in the last 48 hours signed a petition to keep the Sable Palm property as sending agricultural and not transition it into million-dollar homes, which is what most of it will be. Please consider tabling this item and investigate whether Conservation Collier could possibly pick it up, even though admittedly they'd have to do a lot of remediation given the previous agricultural use. I also think you might want to reconsider this in light of Florida's sudden wake-up realization that it's about to lose what used to be a $7 billion industry in 2021 of citrus orchards. They have supposedly committed $190 million to help the independent citrus grower. So it seems to me it would make great sense for us to look at another option that keeps this as a sending property and keeps the orchard, maybe as part of it, as also an educational opportunity as well as a functioning orchard. The decision that you make, and I understand now that you are just approving. I'm not quite sure what you're approving, but I think you're approving to change the designation from sending to receiving, or perhaps just to send it up to the state for consideration. But your decision, as this woman so articulately spoke before me, potentially harms thousands of residents. To the family that owns the property, I understand the desire to sell. Like me, you're old. You'd like to reap the benefits for yourself and your heirs, although only 2 of the 5 owners live in Naples. The other 3 are in Illinois. But the decision that benefits you potentially harms so many of your neighbors. So it's worth looking at if Conservation Collier could buy it, and then everybody could be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Brad Cornell. He'll be followed by Angela Osceola.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon, Florida. We appreciate the opportunity to address this large-scale growth management plan amendment issue. Audubon is opposed to this GMP amendment, changing the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District Natural Resource Protection Area, or NERPA, sending lands, the 169 acres, to a residential subdistrict with 423 housing units, where currently only 4 are permitted. We agree with the original staff analysis demonstrating lack of consistency with the intent of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District NERPA current designation. That staff analysis is in the Planning Commission staff report, which recommends denial. Audubon Western Everglades, in collaboration with Collier County, helped create the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District from 1999 to 2003, including the current NERPA designation for this parcel. The 1999 final order from Governor Jeb Bush was to protect agriculture, habitat, and private property. NERPA designation is supported by current data and analysis, which shows its regional context surrounded by permanent conservation preserves and the Picayune Strand State Forest. The proposed revision to place 423 residential units in this conservation landscape is urban leapfrog sprawl, unsupported by public facilities and in conflict with the wetlands and imperiled species, including Florida panthers, wading birds, and red-cockaded woodpeckers, which are dependent on prescribed fire in this area. Further concerns over compatibility with surrounding conservation lands include the lack of adequate bear-wise and Florida panther community management plans, only 30-foot buffer from regular prescribed fire on all these conservation lands, the need for which was demonstrated this past week with 3 wildfires burning in this region. 30 feet is nothing. Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary needs a half-mile for our prescribed for fires from other, at least for other developments. The reduction of littoral planting requirement from the current 30% of the stormwater lake surface to only 7% will degrade water quality and increase risks of harmful algal blooms. Audubon recognizes the need for affordable housing in this area, but that should not undermine long-term land use conservation plans by placing ill-sited urban development in conservation lands. There are more appropriate urban sites for affordable housing. If the board wants to approve this, you should require them to buy 419 TDR credits to entitle that and increase the affordable housing to 30% rather than 15%, which is what you did on the Fiddler's Creek Section 29 apartments. Again, We are not in support of this. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Angela Osceola. She'll be followed by Victor Jerikoff.
Good afternoon, my fellow commissioners. I'm here obviously opposing this. No one's has been talking about, obviously there's a drainage issue within the Tamarino community, as my fellow Tamarino community members have already had mentioned that. But no one's talking anything about what the traffic increase is going to be with the 423 homes times 2 times all of the deliveries and everything else. There's no light there. There's going to be much more added traffic. There's only one way in, one way out from Sable Palm. And I'd never heard anything about that being addressed with the light, who's going to, put that in, how that's going to work, if this community is going to be in development. Also, we as Tamarindo, from what I understand, we weren't allowed to disperse floodwaters into the area that they're proposing. So I'm not sure how they can do that if we weren't allowed to as a community. Ours is going into the Henderson Canal, which runs along 951, and it's already can't really take on the water that we have, our stormwater, and the drainage issue that we have. Furthermore, there's ditches and culverts there that we have pictures and proof during some past storms of stuff, it was pretty high. And so I understand that they want to put a sidewalk and enhance some things, but nothing's really been said about the traffic that's going to incur and our current issue that's going to be not going to be handled overnight with the issue with the drainage within Tamarindo, which in there lies if they disperse their water, which is going to be behind Verona Walk, then that means, or if it doesn't get approved because we weren't approved to do that, then it will have to go into the Henderson Canal if that is not something that is approved. So that's my concern. The traffic, the drainage issues, and, it would be leaving us waiting a long time to get in and out of our communities. And nothing has been rectified or really given to us as direction on how this is going to be handled from our current developer within Tamarindo. So this is not something that's going to be done anytime soon, and I just am here in opposition of this new development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Victor Jerikoff, and he'll be followed on Zoom by Elizabeth Barrick.
Hello, my name is Victor Jarikov. I represent mostly myself, but also some of my neighbors from Morgan Road. We live on 316 Morgan. My point's going to echo the previous presenter. People are concerned about the drainage and the traffic for the most part. Traffic probably number one and drainage number two. Right now, I don't think we try to count, maybe we have far less than 100 homes using Sable Road right now, people that live there, not counting Tamarindo. So Tamarindo is more. So adding 423 more homes, it'll probably increase the number of dwellers on that road, I don't know, 4 times, 5 times. And with no improvements to the road, just extending it further out, especially not having a traffic light and only having a right turn. So you're going to have everybody who goes south, they have to do a turnaround. So if you have 100 cars or 200 cars or 300 cars, or more, that's going to create long lines. Right now there's the Haitian church that's on Sable Palm. When they disassemble, there is usually a pretty long line of people waiting to get from Sable on Collier, which is already objectionable. I'm told that one of the Tamarindo conditions were that the traffic light was going to be installed already, just for the sake of Tamarindo's community, which was not done. The word on the street is that the county did not provide their half of the funding for it. I don't know if the Tamarindo provided theirs, but that's the word on the street about it. Okay, the second is the drainage. This is a swamp area, it's a seasonal swamp. All this area is mostly underwater for half a year. I mean, our lot, 3/4 of our lot is underwater for half a year. About half of our neighbors' lots are underwater. That's normal. But it also makes us vulnerable to any obstruction in drainage. So if anything, we noticed an uptick probably of water levels after Hacienda and Azur came up. So we are afraid that this may lead also to more problems. And even as it is, Sable Palm does not drain correctly. If you look at it from Morgan Road to middle of about half a mile down the Sable Palm, the water just stands. About 3 feet of water stands in the ditch. It doesn't go anywhere. So only the top layer would drain, and then the rest just is standing water. So that ditch and the culvert system and the ditch are not really relieving it. So those are our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, our remaining speakers all join us via Zoom. First up is Elizabeth Barrick, and she'll be followed by Peter Monty. Elizabeth, you're being prompted to unmute your mic. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Thank you for allowing us to all speak. My name's Elizabeth Barrick. I live in Verona Walk, and I'd like to echo everything every other speaker has said in opposition to this development, especially about the drainage. Tamarindo has come to Verona Walk looking to be able to drain into our ponds, our retention ponds. I doubt very seriously Verona Walk is going to okay that. Their second choice in the meeting we had with them said they would like to put a pipeline down towards Sable Palm and sheet flow the water down that way. Well, if this development happens, will they be able to do that? They've already been turned down for Henderson Creek. So now we have, instead of 2 communities in the Sable Palm area concerned about drainage, Tamarindo and Verona Walk, now we want to add a third. And to me, I see no benefit to this. I looked on Realtor this morning. In the 34114 zip code, there were almost 800 houses for sale. There is no benefit to building more new homes when there's plenty of availability of real estate sitting on the market, and not to speak of hundreds of apartments that are being built. So I see no value to anyone in continuing with this development. And I think I'm echoing the sentiment of probably 98% of the residents of Collier County when it comes to unbridled development where there's not a true need for it. And additionally, the wildlife, we had bears in Verona Walk because they're being squeezed down for their territory, and we're destroying the environment that brings people to Florida to begin with. We're not coming here for jobs. We're coming here because we love the nature, and I think preserving it should be a priority over unneeded development. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Peter Monty, and he will be followed by Laura Gelly-Wittick. Peter, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I am a resident of Verona Walk, and I'm speaking as a private resident, but by way of background, I'm also a CDD supervisor. We have become quite familiar with the Tamarindo problem as they lie directly north of us. I've just very recently been made aware that Tamarindo is withdrawing their request to drain through our property and is going to pursue the approach of going through a transfer of water via Sable Palm Road. This will undoubtedly require some type of spreader arrangement and culverts under the road to make that work effectively and get past the damming function that Sable Palm represents. That's going to dump by their specifications, 8 cubic feet per second of water into that neighborhood. So you are going to be faced with an immediate conflict of whether you help the people you've already approved or whether you allow a new group of people to be stirred into the mix. This is a poorly thought out and dangerously damaging process. Those of us who were here through Hurricane Irma realized that the amount of rain that fell in a catastrophic type of hurricane came within a foot of overflowing our ponds and entering our homes. Adding this kind of water to a neighborhood without the ability to foresee the kind of damage it's going to do is foolish. While I do appreciate the civics course by Commissioner LaCastro as far as what all the steps are, we all recognize that in fact this is the camel's nose coming into the tent. And we need to be cognizant of the fact that once this starts to work its way through the approval process, allowing us to make comments is one thing. Your responsibility to listen to those comments is something entirely different. And our expectation is that now that these neighborhoods are in place, you will exercise your responsibility to protect us in the future against bad decisions that will damage the properties that are already built. Beyond that, I want to thank the folks from Audubon because I totally support their comments and think that we need to recognize the opportunities of protecting the wildlife, creating wildlife corridors.
We're going to need you to wrap up.
I appreciate it, and I believe we've covered it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, your final registered speaker for this item is Laura Gelly-Whittick. Laura, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do so at this time. Laura is joining us on phone. You were unmuted for a second. I think it's *6 or *9, one or the other when you're on phone to unmute. There, you're unmuted, Laura. You have 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry. I won't take 3 minutes, I promise. I've been a Florida resident for almost 5 years. I totally enjoy the proximity of my home in Verona Walk to the preserve. When I drive down Collier Boulevard, it actually sickens me to see the amount of new housing developments that are cropping up. Not to mention the problem that happened, Hacienda Lakes with incredible amount of apartments. It's just, I just shake my head every time I go by there. And the poor people at Tamarindo with the problem they're having with water. Can't only imagine what would happen with this new development coming that would perhaps create even more problems. And I'm not a math expert. However, if you're talking about affordable housing, out of 423, you're only going to have 63 units for affordable housing. So don't push the issue of affordable housing because there's not a lot of affordable housing homes. And thank you for all of those who spoke before me because I echo their sentiments. Thank you for your time.
That was our final registered speaker for this item, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Yovanovich, you have any closing? Because I do have a couple questions for our staff.
Yeah, do you want to ask your staff question?
Yeah,
first?
yeah. It may have an impact on your wrapping up. Mr. Bosey, could you kind of describe what occurred at the Planning Commission, what the vote was? And
the vote was 4-1. And I think it was corrected. There were no public speakers at the Planning Commission. It was 4-1, and Commissioner Shea, I believe, was the one opposition, and he felt that the public benefits that were described by staff and by the applicant did not provide sufficient to provide a justification for the change for the sending land designation that currently the property receives.
what's the market for development units? This is a sending area right now, and this change will turn this into a receiving area.
They're proposing to lift this out of the rural fringe mixed-use district. They're creating their own sub-district, which will allow 2.5 units an acre. Currently, it's allowed 1 unit per 40 acres.
Yep. And that's because it's in the rural fringe.
It's in the rural fringe sending, and this is a sending NERPA designation.
So, again, I'm just trying to understand the units that they can send. Is there a market for those?
Is there a market for if they were to create TDRs for this property? If they weren't seeking a growth management plan, they weren't seeking development, and they just wanted to create a TDR. So they could get 4 TDRs per each 5-acre tract. Actually, they could get an additional TDR because they're in the North Belmead hydrological overlay. So I believe they could get 5 TDRs per 5-acre tract. That gets them close to like 450, 460 TDRs could probably be generated. The market for TDRs, there is a market. It's not as robust as we would like it. And one of the reasons why that is we've never had a rural village that sought development. We had one that went through a growth management plan amendment, but the PUD never came. And the villages are what would be the main consumers, would be the greatest source of demand for TDRs, and because of that, the market for TDRs has diminished somewhat, and we may have created a competition for that because when we adopted the rule changes for the rural fringe mixed-use district, and we allowed for affordable housing at 12.2 units per acre in the receiving area, we've provided a mechanism that says that if you provide for affordable housing, you are not required to utilize TDRs. So that undercut the TDR demand a little bit in the name of providing for more affordable housing. But on the contrast to that, just as a side note, that it has produced a number of new affordable housings over the last couple of years. So the market for TDRs is not as strong as we would have liked, but we do know that there is a market out there for them.
So when this is sent up, does that result in the change? We approve this today, it gets sent up, that change to make it a receiving area or taking it out of the rural fringe, does that become final?
No, it doesn't become final. It's a proposition.
Right. And the reason I'm asking this, I'm not convinced necessarily that this is a zoning that should be approved. And I don't want to, I guess my concern is by approving this, what does that do to our options down the road? And if you're saying it doesn't anything to our options, that's one thing.
And the county attorney could correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not. You are not handcuffed by a recommendation to transmit to the state. This is just transmitted to the state to hear what the state reviewing agencies may think of the proposal related to state significant systems. There is no obligation at adoption that you have to follow through with the approval of this GMP or the approval of the PUD that's being proposed that would be at adoption. So this is simply to transmit it to the state to get comments from the state agencies.
Okay. So I think it was important to have that clarification because I don't have an issue with necessarily sending this up to the state. But I may have an issue with voting to rezone this. I may have an issue with voting to take it out of the rural fringe. And what you're saying is today's vote doesn't do that.
Correct. It does not. It doesn't. It simply sends it to the state for further evaluation.
Right. So I guess my message to the developer would be this is a long process, but you've got some neighborhoods that have some real problems. You've got a roadway there that appears to have some real problems. And you've got at least one commissioner that has some concerns with moving forward with this. I would encourage you to try to solve some of those problems if you can, because I don't want you, regardless of what my vote is today, I don't want, if I vote to transmit this just for that information from the state, I don't want you to take that as, well, when this comes back, I'm a vote for the other aspects of this.
And if I can, let me address some of the comments that the public made so they can think about it in the meantime. First of all, I think Mike's math may be a little off.
Yes.
By quite a bit.
By quite a bit.
The reality is you might get 3 TDRs per 5 acres because one of them is a conveyance credit, and so far nobody wants to take the lands. and the second is you got to clean it up. So you may get 3 credits per 5 acres, which I did that math is 101,
Correct.
not 400.
Correct.
Which is quite a significant difference. So the reality is, from a marketability, unless someone comes forward with a village, there's really no buyers for these 100.
All right. Well, again, I
No, but let me just, I know, I'm just putting, now, Tamarino, I believe, is right here, if I'm close on my development. Am I right? Yeah, I think I hit it on the number. That project is nowhere near our project, and our project is nowhere near that project, and our project drains directly south. So we have absolutely no drainage impact on Verona Walk or Tamarino as this. And I understand that everybody who spoke is probably not an engineer. But right now, water's just flowing. When we ultimately come forward with a PUD and we do a water management system, we actually control the flow of the water, and we discharge it at a much lesser rate than the free flow of water right now. So the concerns, I understand the concerns about drainage. What I'm saying is, from an engineering standpoint, we do not negatively impact their neighborhoods from our drainage. And you don't have to trust me, you don't have to trust, but you can trust your own staff who's analyzed this, and you can trust the Water Management District, because we have to get those permits. In response to Mr. Cornell, the reality is staff, he said he agreed with staff's original recommendation, which was to approve the project if we reduce the density to where we are today, and if we increase the open space to where we are today. So we have complied with what staff requested in order to get their support for a recommendation of approval. When we're done, and you'll see this when the PUD comes back, is we will upgrade Sable Palm Road to a county road. It'll be a legitimate county road, not what it is today by our project, which means we have to deal with the drainage of Sable Palm Road, and we will install culverts, and we'll make those. That will all come forward at the PUD stage as part of this process. And traffic, your traffic staff, transportation staff, has analyzed the traffic on Sable Palm Road and has determined that Sable Palm Road, once we improve our portion of Sable Palm Road, can handle the traffic capacity. So from the comments from the neighbors about drainage, we understand their comments. We do not negatively impact their drainage. From a transportation standpoint of Sable Palm Road, we don't have we do add trips. So I don't want anybody to say, Rich, don't tell me we're not a negative impact. Yes, we add trips, but the road has the capacity to handle our units. This is right by the urban area. Your staff has already said this would never have been designated a NERPA sending designation had they had representation at the time. This is a good project. We're asking you for transmittal. We understand that we may not get adoption. We'll address every one of the concerns in our presentation. We're going to have, we've agreed to provide additional notice from what is required. So that would probably mean everybody in Verona Walk is going to get a notice. I know they knew about it because they attended our first NIM, but we'll provide the required notice. I even offered the lady during the break, there was a complaint about where we actually post our signs. We have to put signs on our property to notice it. She says, but nobody knows unless you drive down that way. Well, I can't put a sign on someone else's property. If someone will allow us to post a sign on their property at the corner of Sable Palm and Collier Boulevard, we'll post a sign there too if they want additional notice. She said she'll try to go get me a sign easement.
Okay, we can't talk from the audience. If you want to add something, you can come up to the podium.
We want people to know, because I think if they listen to the experts, they'll understand that the concerns that they have are being addressed, and it will be better for them if this project goes forward from a drainage standpoint.
Again, my message is simply sharpen your pencil, make sure that you're meeting with the neighborhood, And let's see if we can resolve some of the issues. I understand the drainage issue. I can't disagree with that, but there may be other things in terms of the road that you may need to take a look at.
Understood.
All right. We've closed the public hearing. Any other discussion?
I'm lit up.
Commissioner Castro, you're lit up.
So this is my district, and I'm just going on record that you have 2 commissioners that have serious concerns. But I'm not trying to give anybody a civic lesson, as the gentleman was saying, but this isn't the meeting to do it. So when, with a few of the citizens in the room here that all of your concerns had meat on the bone. Sir, you said that the word on the street, I want you to leave here with fact and not rumor. The county not paying for half of a light is fake news. Never heard that, okay, ever. And also all the concerns you have about traffic analysis and drainage and all that, all that has yet to come. The 100 citizens from the local community that all want to line up here at the podium, that meeting has yet to happen. And so your concerns are valid. 2 commissioners here have voiced that I don't know if I want 420 of anything to be on that road, but this isn't the meeting for that. So allowing this to go to the state and come back with more information gives us a starting point. There probably, like they said, there'd be another NIM, Neighborhood Information Meeting, which all the concerned citizens should flood and go to that, and that's the time to be heard. It'd go back to the Planning Commission. That would be open for public comment. So, I want to make sure that everybody understands that some people are talking like we're at step 10 right now. We're like at step 0.5. And so we're not voting on any of those things that you have concerns on. And the things you have concerns on would have to be analyzed. And if the answers come back here, you already heard 2 commissioners here, and I wouldn't doubt all 5 of us would do a deep dive and to make sure we're not just shoehorning 400 units into a place that it doesn't fit. I will echo, though, and this doesn't mean we rubber stamp every, development. I know a lot of times when citizens drive by something and they hate it, they say, how could we have approved that? And the reality is a lot of times what you see being built that you hate is draft 20. You would have really hated draft 1 that we all fought to downsize and change and all of that. But the part about drainage, it's premature to necessarily talk about it, but when you leave here to correct rumor from fact, something that used to be an orange grove that's just sitting there water flows arbitrarily. I'm not saying we rubber stamp a 500 unit apartment complex so that drainage is better, but before that apartment complex is built, a much more robust drainage system that doesn't exist at all in an area is a requirement. So when you just have a big, huge piece of land and, Hurricane Irma comes through here, that water just goes wherever it wants. When you build something, even if you hate it, underneath it is a system that controls the water flow. And so, and even as Commissioner Saunders was saying, we sort of get that. There's lots of other things that can approve or disapprove something, but when folks say we have this big drainage problem, just leave the land alone. Okay, well, that drainage problem won't get any better just letting the land sit. I'm not saying it gets better by approving a 400 and something unit complex, but along with that complex is a very detailed and complex irrigation and sewage, I should say, type system that does help the water flow. But we're not there yet. So, sir, I'll just tell you, I appreciated everything you say. Leave here and correct the word on the street, especially about that traffic light, because I'm really big on lights. And when somebody says the county did this, the county did that, it's really the Florida Department of Transportation that approves a light. And then when it comes to the funding, they either fund it or, in most cases, the gated community. Tamarindo, I believe, has had some responsibility possibly to pay for that light, and they may or may not have. But the county not paying for half of it, that's total fake news. And so, and I'm available to any citizens. This is my district. I'm very concerned about that road, the fires, and all of that. But I got a big petition today that had thousands of signatures on it. That tells us there's great concern out there, but this isn't the meeting to throw the petition on top of the desk. that's coming, and I hope we hear from citizens robustly, and not just, we don't want this in our backyard. I mean, that's a valid comment, but we need a little bit more. Same from, Mr. Cornell, who talks from an environmental perspective. Every time we want to build something on a piece of green space, it just can't be, well, it's green space and we want to keep it green. Everything can't be a dog park. And so if there are endangered species on there or exotic vegetation that we need to preserve, or it's a water flow area that needs to stay natural, those are things that have a lot of meat on the bone to halt or downsize some sort of project, or to maybe make it viable for Conservation Collier. But just, hey, it was once an orange grove and now we don't want it to be an apartment complex, have Conservation Collier buy it, or let's just leave it as it is. That's going to be a tough sell when there's not the other evidence to support it. But that day is coming, and today isn't the day. So I support this moving forward to the state. It's going to make us more educated on the property. We've approved nothing today for construction, nothing.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. Thank you. That was well said. There's 3 of us that have similar concerns with regard to this increase in density. I would like to know that, and again, I think we're a little past 0.05 on steps, but with
Are you giving me a civic
a little bit, just a little bit. Just
1.5?
Counting your steps. The in the event that a light could be put in at Sable Palm, because there's going to be more than 100 cars. I mean, 400 rooftops says 423 rooftops as proposed will equate to twice that many cars. So the installation of a traffic light, I would like, as we move through, that the developer actually contributes a pro rata share with regard to that expense. I agree with my colleagues here with regard to the flooding. We still have a lot of data to collect. If you will recall, and I think this even predates you, Commissioner LaCastro, there was originally, if you go north of here 3 or 4 or 5 miles, Benfield Road comes due south. And there was back when the previous county manager and deputy were in place, there was a flyover over I-75 from White Lake on the north side of 75 to Benfield, and then a parallel road coming down that pretty much runs right along the west side of this piece of property all the way back down to 41 as a parallel road to lift some of the constraints on 951. So there's a lot of things from a water management standpoint that need to be addressed here. Managing the flows, the flooding that's currently existing in this area. Certainly there's no argument Sable Palm is the dam that's causing that flow, and I'm really going to be looking at those data numbers with regard to the calculations and the modeling for the composite water that's coming from the north.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just got two things. One's just a public announcement to help out. Anyone who lives on any of these rural roads anywhere in the county that may have like a church or any type of organization that has large gatherings at certain times of the day, and they come in and they let them out, and you have a really restricted area you got to come out in. If you see that on a regular basis and it does cause an issue in your community for you even to exit your community or your street, you should probably reach out to the sheriff, let them come out and observe it. Because a lot of times in the past, I know we've had to have them hire special detail for traffic, because if it is, you get 200 cars staging at the intersection to get out on Collier Boulevard and it's blocking you people in your homes and you can't get out. That's possibly an answer for some of these issues, and not so much just a failure of the road situation. It's just the fact that you have 200 cars leaving a church after a service, and it may come to that point where, the sheriff may say, this is a hindrance to the traffic. You may have to hire a deputy to sit out here during that time to direct traffic, stop traffic, something to get the traffic flowing. That being said, second, Mr. French, I can't remember, but is this Tamarindo development we're talking about? Is this the one that was it the D.R. Horton one that I kept getting comments about? And the flooding was possibly a man issue or a pipe size issue?
Yes, sir. So, for the record, my name is Jamie French. I'm your department head for growth management and community development. The Tamarindo development is currently under a consent order from the South Florida Water Management District. This would have been considered a special flood hazard area that would have been subject to ponding. It's an AH designation. And what they've done is they elevated this to where a letter of map revision was done. Most of these homes are set at a finished floor elevation of probably around 10 feet. So in all essence, they're an X zone. This creates more than just a problem for this community. This developer needs to correct the construction in here. Water's not flowing. It's not flowing as it was designed, and that's why the Water Management District has taken the position they have. We've actually, because they're in violation of their ERP conditions, we've prevented any further homes from being issued a certificate of occupancy. So there's a handful of homes in there that look like they're done in all aspects. All the inspections were done, but they can't take occupancy. We saw this around Hurricane Ian, to where this community, which is set at right around 10 feet or 9.5 feet NAVD, we saw water actually lapping up against garage doors. This creates a condition for the entire basin if you look at the FEMA flood map. So it not just creates a problem for them, it creates a problem for every house, every property that exists within that basin map. And so what would typically happen is that FEMA would come back through and they may reset the elevations for everyone who thinks they're in an X zone. Because of this failed development, it could very well lead to every home within that basin having to get flood insurance. Now, that's worst case scenario. So we are working on this with the developer. This is going to require some re-engineering. I don't know. I think at one time, perhaps Mr. Jovanovich may have been representing them. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, we are working with the development. This is an outlier. It's very rare. But certainly this community called us out. We responded. It is a private development. These are not county right-of-ways. And to Mr. Jovanovich's point, the way this water flows in there, this probably won't have much to do adding anything to Tamarindo. That's a development problem.
Yeah, that's the reason I asked you to kind of, if you can clarify that, because I remember us talking about it and different people reaching out to me. But it was more based on just the design, the way they design that property.
And construction.
With construction.
Yes, sir.
That's creating their flooding problem. It wasn't that there was some sort of outside influence, or even this would be even outside. This wouldn't contribute to their problem. Their problem is internal.
They've got a design and construction problem. Staff believes that. I've only seen it maybe once or twice where you received a consent order from the Water Management District during construction or after your ERP was issued. So there's a problem.
Thank you.
All right, I think we've beaten this one pretty much to death. So where are we? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Jovanovich?
Just want to make sure we add Commissioner McDaniel's request to expand the area.
Yep.
For the notice.
Yeah, we're getting ready to clarify the motion.
I didn't want that.
Okay. So the motion is to transmit this for information from the state and to add Commissioner McDaniel's request that the area for notification be expanded to what area? Just within a mile? Within a mile, all right. And the petitioner has agreed to that. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That passed unanimously, but as we've all said, you got a tough road to hoe here, or road to hoe. All right. Ms. Patterson.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9D. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the animal control ordinance by amending the definition of hobby breeder and permit requirements and process. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Yeah, I'm going to start off by saying I don't know anything about hobby breeders. I don't want to learn a whole lot about it. I do want to make sure that we have an ordinance that is enforceable. And so we're not going to vote on this today. I'm going to ask for it to be continued because I want to make sure that we get comments and provisions added to this. I know Mr. Kep has been sitting here patiently for quite a while, and so I know he's got a few words to say, but we're going to I want to make sure that we get this in the right way. So I'm going to ask our staff to work with the members of the public on this ordinance. And also, just so the commission knows, I've had conversations with SNP and with Friends of Cats and some of the other organizations and with the manager. And it seems to me we've increased the budget for DAS. I think we did that on the consent agenda this morning. And it seems to me that we can spend money much, much more wisely and more effectively by partnering with the private sector, by providing grants and money for the private sector to do some of the things that we just can't do very well. We're not very good at picking up strayed animals. We're not very good at having mobile veterinarian units and things like that, but we have people in the private sector. So during our budget cycle, I've asked Tom Kep and some of the other folks to come back with some proposals, tell us what they can do for us and how we can help them with some of the funding we have to be more effective. But Mr. Kep, I don't know if you have any comments on this ordinance this afternoon. Obviously, you've been here, so sure would like to hear whatever you have to say. You can have a few extra.
As long as you want.
Tom Kep, founder of SNP Collier. Let me start out with, I've sat here today and I've listened to two different organizations come up where we discussed public money and taxpayer money and our concern about it. And that was the biggest thing I heard in this is how do we make sure that our money's being spent well? Well, we need to look, and I brought this up a couple weeks ago when I was here about how much we've spent over the last 20 years that I've been coming up here. And I think it's time that we looked internally at our own organizations and get this one right, because this is a big deal. This hobby breeder thing it makes it sound like these are people that are like breeding these animals on purpose. And just this last 10 days, I think I've taken close to 25 puppies and their moms that have been under houses or just in the field or under somebody's garage. And every one of these I've treated as an owner surrender because I've got them to sign off. One of them I had to go to the landlord and explain to him that he had broken sewage lines underneath the place and the health department probably wouldn't be looking good at this, and he surrendered the animals to me. They've all gone to Cape Coral, Gulf Coast, so SNP Collier, myself, whatever, have been taking a lot of burden off of our DAS. But I've also taken about 50-some animals or more to them, and they are so full, they look at me and say, Tom, we don't have any more kennels open. So to give the DS more money, which I absolutely appreciate and want them to have a modern, big facility, you can put another 200 beds or kennels, whatever you want to call them, and I guarantee you in a couple of years, they're going to be full. You're going to have the same problem. I'll be one of the first organizations that will argue with about I want to be compensated for what we do to a point because I think we do it well. We broke ground. We are actually building. We should have our triage system our building up and running in October. And so.
Where is that building? And where is that building?
It's in Immokalee.
Okay.
And the whole campus is in Immokalee. and we are going to be building this. Anyway, my point is, I would really appreciate it. But the problem is this. I can do all this, but I can't do enforcement. And that's what's going to stop. That's going to get it to a point that we can't, our help and DAS, Humane Society, whoever's participating, can bring this thing to a manageable issue. The problem is with enforcement. I just talked to Jamie French today and had a great conversation out in the hallway with him. And as he says, our phones ring off the hook. We spend all our time out riding from case to case to case. Well, doesn't that tell you that there is a big issue out there? And the fact that our DAS is so full, it tells you the problem lies out in the field. And that's what we need. And if they need more resources, if that's why they say they can't do it, I say give it to them. But hold them accountable and give them the ordinances, and like when fines are given, attach it to the property. Some of these landlords may not like that, but that's what's going to change things. So I hope that I want to see this hobby breeder ordinance will put a lot of meat into and give them a lot of the ability to enforce their rules and put citations out, and hopefully we can change the citation process so we can actually collect money. So
how much time do you need, does the general public need, to give us feedback on this ordinance so we can redraft it? How much, can we continue this?
I could do it next week.
All right.
And I think that most of the public would agree with what I.
Why don't we bring?
Because I was on the advisory board when we wrote it, so it's already really been approved by the public.
Why don't we bring it back to the first meeting in July?
Okay.
And have you work with the public and get me the comments? Because like I said, I don't know anything about hobby breeders and I don't really want to learn.
I appreciate that because I understand it, and I will do that.
And then on the issue of what can we do, I understand the enforcement issue, and that's something perhaps the manager can delve into and give us some guidance. But in terms of other partnering with your group and other groups, we need them to come back with some proposals on what they can do.
I did send you a few items that would help us in Immokalee. I think we need money for on the cat and dog issues are different. On the feral cat, we have been now we're working with the Immokalee Farm Workers Organization. While we're under construction, they've given us a building to use to do feral cats. And that's in Immokalee, but I'm meeting actually on Friday with a couple groups here on how our already existing spay and neuter clinic can maybe start helping and maybe build that whole program. Takes money, but again, we work as hard as we can to raise money out of the community to do it, but any help we can get on that. But like the county, we need vets and vet techs, and that's something that maybe the county as in general can help with the whole community as far as maybe working with some of the colleges, or I don't know the answer to that, but maybe we can work on it.
Is there anybody on the board that would want to take the lead on something like this? My assumption is probably not, that we would want to rely on our staff, but I've tried to, but I just don't have the knowledge to really, and time to really jump into all the details.
Commissioners, I've already started talking with our Domestic Animal Services Director about some options for some of these areas where we could be augmented by outside agencies. So we can certainly gather all of those ideas together. We're going to be having a conversation about expanded services at DAS as part of the budget. So we can bring back those ideas, and we'll continue to work with Mr. Kep and For Love of Cats. They have great ideas about where they can help in the community.
And on the enforcement issue, perhaps there's some guidance you can provide.
Yes, sir. We've also been working on that as part of the budget. So we'll be coming back with some recommendations on how we build that enforcement up a bit.
Mr. Miller, anybody else registered to speak? Right. Mr. Kep, anything else?
No, but we did have our 5K at the Paradise Coast Park the other day, and it was a good experience. We had about 500 people out there, and it was our first one out there. I'm on the Gulf Coast Coast Board Runners Board, and so it was we had a really good race out there.
Commissioner Hall.
Hey, Tom, just in a quick nutshell.
Am I lit up or no?
Hang on a second.
What is a hobby breeder, and what do you want to make it to?
Well, like I said, they use this word hobby breeder. It wasn't particularly mine. That was brought up someplace else. I look at it as it all came up when the pet stores were all we wanted to permit the pet stores. And the bottom line is what it's defined by is anybody that has any puppies or kittens, basically. And if you have 2 or more litters a year, then I think it translates into a commercial breeder. The problem is no one out there can define a commercial breeder, because if you don't there's no way to prove that people are selling them. They rehome them, whatever. So the bottom line is it should be the same thing across the board. Anybody that has a litter, even accidentally, should be required to keep them at least, I say 8 weeks, but 6 weeks. In other words, the puppies need to be with their mother and food. They should be required to have a health certificate before they give them away or sell them. Because believe me, the people that I've just explained about that are just having them under the carport or the garage, they're not going to do that. And if they're required to spend $200 per puppy, and they get caught and have to pay the fines and literally pay them, they're not going to get another dog. They have to have them chipped. They have to have the health certificates. And on the proposed one that we did a few years ago, it also says that if no matter whether you give them away, sell them, or whatever, you have to keep a record of whoever you transferred ownership to them. Now, the county probably has a problem with that one because they got to collect the records. And I get that. But still, the people I know that are abusing this system are not going to do these things. And if you really come down on them, you'll cut out 25 to 50% of all the, I know, dogs. You won't have them here to have to deal with running loose or biting people or dying in the streets or whatever. So with that, with that being said, anybody that has puppies or kittens is a breeder. Now, the feral cat problem is a different story because that's why we need to put so much money into spay and neuter of, trap and release programs. And if we do those two things, I'm telling you, 5 years from now, you won't ever have to listen to me again. Of course, my age, you might not have to listen to me anyway.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Guys, thank you so much.
Don't go away. I'm gonna ask Jamie to come to the podium just to, forgive me, I put a piece of candy in. Just to give us a brief reiteration of the issues we're having with enforcement. I mean, we've combined code enforcement with DAS, and where are we at with those efforts as far as the actual enforcement goes?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Jamie French for the record. So, Commissioner, this group transferred over a little less than a year ago. And so just right after the first of the year, we did that combination. We've actually had more arrests working with the sheriff's office than we've had in the past. We still maintain 100% conviction. However, compliance is not a light switch. And these investigations do take time. And your average inspector, even if we can hire a fully certified it'd be a state certified animal control officer, which is what they're required to be. We maintain a staffing level. You've got 13, 14 FTEs. When this group transferred over, we had about 7, and that is now down to probably about 5 or 6 because they do go through, as we've seen it with even Tom and the organizations he works with, that compassion stress that goes into the job. Your animal control officer spent about somewhere between 100 and 120 miles a day of windshield time covering this 2,000 miles of this county. And so we have brought in code enforcement to try to go towards the problem of the property. So if we go in, we see illegal kennels that have been constructed, we will write them on a code violation. But this does take time. And as Tom said, as we grow in our population, we see new behaviors occur. Some of it may be cultural as far as the way they treat their animal. We don't agree with it, but through education, through enforcement, and perhaps bringing in some additional resources, whether it be outside agencies that work with us, like Tom's group, like For the Love of Cats, but also it is going to require a little bit more staffing on the enforcement side. Right now, sir, they're working 10-hour shifts. At any given time, you've got maybe 3 to 4 animal control officers on the road each day, 7 days a week from 7:30 in the morning till 10 p.m. at night. And so when we get a call, their roster may be 12 or 15 calls in one day, and they could range from Marco Island to Immokalee to the city of Naples to North Naples, all divided up amongst those 3 people. So I would tell you the biggest issue we have is not having enough time to do those investigations and the follow-up. That's one of the things we're looking at. We're sending code in now. For example, we had a call in on an animal retailer, and we've sent in even park rangers. I sent James Hanrahan in just to go, only because he was in the area. I had him stop by and take photos because we got some complaints about the way the staff was acting to the dogs or the way perhaps the animals were being kept. It was all unfounded, but so often it's that one time when we do find it that we give a conviction that we have that aha moment that we did a good job. Many times we don't find a violation. We go out there, we inspect the facility. Yes, they have, perhaps it's a running at large, we write them a ticket, but it is a myriad of different behaviors that we've seen all throughout the county.
We ran into that issue quite some time ago when this ordinance first came forward, and there was a retailer that was wanting to come to town, and there were a lot of misnomers with regard to the retail sale of animals and the condition of those animals and that sort of thing. And some of them probably were in fact true of other vendors. My primary question for you is, are there enhancements to the actual enforcement code that we can do as a board to help your people do their job? I mean, Mr. Kep brought up a very valid point of penalization of the property where the infraction in fact occurs, whether it be, and I don't know from a legality standpoint, are we allowed to impose a lien against a tenant on a rental piece of property?
You can put a personal lien against a person. It goes against their credit. Now, I would have to defer to the county attorney's office as to if you could go as far as wage garnishment. That's one of the things we are looking in. So if somebody decides, I've got $500 worth of fines to the county, I don't own anything, I don't care about my credit, I'm not paying you.
Right.
But if we could get into wage garnishment, that is a tool we've not used. Certainly this board has taken a different position on the collection of fines against properties, and we appreciate you for doing that. As I've said to Tom, as I've said to your Domestic Animal Services Advisory Board, if we can't change your behavior by hitting you in the wallet, I don't know what else we can do. And I will tell you, the sheriff's office arresting people and prosecuting them with the state attorney's office, we're hopeful that that has certainly changed some behaviors. But these advancements have come very slowly.
Can I, first of all, I don't have any compassion fatigue. I like what I do. And the second is, Jamie, and again, I'm trying to help. I want better things. This idea of 100%, what was the term you used, 100%? Convictions. I don't understand that, and somebody's going to have to, because I'm having a very, very difficult time getting
Okay,
public records now.
Let me interrupt, because it's getting late, and getting back and forth on this is not going to be particularly productive. We've given staff some direction. We need your help, and Jamie, we need your help. First meeting in July, we need to have solutions. And all the rhetoric, it doesn't matter. So let's move on if you don't.
Absolutely fine. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you hearing me out, and I'll
right.
have everything, and hopefully I can get some meetings with Amy, and thank all of you.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue the hobby breeders ordinance into the first meeting in July. Direct staff to work with the various providers on how we can partner with them to deal with some of those stray animals and everything all those issues. I think that and also to come back if you have any recommendations on enhancing enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Is that July 7th? What date?
July. Sorry.
It can't be the 7th. Could be the 8th.
July 8th.
It's the 8th.
Yeah,
July 8th, okay.
July 8th.
Continue till July 8th.
July 8th.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passed unanimously. I think it was seconded, but if
It
not.
was.
Okay.
Yeah, we both seconded the same.
All right, good. All right,
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11B. This is a recommendation to review staff findings of the board-directed on-site evaluation of parking capacity for various multifamily developments within Collier County, provide direction to staff regarding policy on parking deviations and administrative parking reductions for multifamily projects, and provide direction on adjusting the adopted parking standards through an amendment to the Land Development Code. Mr. Michael Bosey, your Division Director of Planning and Zoning, is here to present.
Afternoon again, Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. This is a parking study that started off on October 22nd of 2024. Board asked staff to compare our standards for multifamily parking against other standards in Southwest Florida. We provided that. We came back, compared 11 other Florida jurisdictions. Identified Collier was right about in the middle to lower in terms of the overall demanded parking requirement. And the board said, well, let's see if there's a larger issue here, and directed staff to go out, look at a number of these multifamily apartment complexes and see, do we in fact have a parking problem from a multifamily standpoint? And that's what we did. This is just the current standards. For efficiency, it's half of a space. For a one bedroom, it's 0.75. For two bedrooms or more, it's one space per unit. And then you've got additional parking for your administrative offices as well as your recreational facilities. But that's just giving you a baseline of where we're at today. The study that we conducted was 12 communities representing a broad cross-section of multifamily. So that's 4 townhome communities, 4 multifamily complexes that had administrative parking reductions, and 7 communities without APR. Prior to each on-site visit, staff reviewed whether there was any approved parking reductions, prior parking-related code enforcement complaints, and then also the SDP and the construction plats for these facilities. It was basically a windshield survey conducted between February 11th and March 4th. I think you would say that would probably be the height of season. And we did it between 6:30 and 8 o'clock at night. So this was when after your 9 to 5 work shift was done. And it was done Tuesday through Thursday. So we really try to identify the highest point for when we were going to go out and do these facilities. And every time that we went out, the staff asked the same questions. Is there enough parking for residents, visitors, and service vehicles? What percentage of the parking is occupied or vacant? Are there any issues with illegally parked cars or other parking-related nuisances? Does the site have designated spaces for guest parking, for handicap parking, and other needs? And are parking issues an enforcement issue, or is there insufficient public parking? Here's all the communities we went to: Astor, Marco Shores, The Crest, the Ranch at Orange Blossom, Meadow Lake Apartments, Naples Walk, St. Croix at Pelican Marsh, Allura, Largo Mar Apartments, Summit Place in Naples, Olay of Layla Resorts in Avalon Woods. And the only place that our observations detected an insufficient number of spaces was the Ranch at Orange Blossom, and it happened to be, I believe, Commissioner McDaniel was one of the ones who started the conversation for this study, and it was specifically because of the parking deficiencies at the Ranch at Orange Blossom. What we observed, that there was about 10 to 12 unlawfully parked vehicles. Most of it had to be related to on-street and off-street parking issues. And the unique fact about that is that facility actually has more than the required parking standards would demand of that facility. The conclusion that staff has arrived upon is there's some characteristics of that individual townhouse development that has created a continuous parking issue, and it's almost now it's a code enforcement case. I'm not. They've provided for, like I said, 14% above the required minimum parking standards, and this was the only facility that we saw that still had illegal parking conducted throughout. And this was just the standards. This is the comparison of the 12 places we compared Collier to. We came out at, our requirement would have been 528. The most spaces that could have been required would have been Broward County with a 518 spaces for the same type of development. So the conclusions: Orange Blossom Ranch was the only multifamily community of the 12 observed with a significant parking issue. Based upon the amount of empty driveways observed within the ranch at Orange Blossom in the underprovided public accessible parking staff determined that your focus should really be upon townhome style of development. If any of the multifamily structures that suggested an alignment with maybe a need for additional parking would be the townhome style of development. We have observed no parking issues with the 5 multi-family communities with approved APRs that were providing for less parking than what the code required. We discovered that there was no parking issues associated with those that we observed. And we're looking for direction. One of the things that came from the direction for staff to go out and do this study was to put a hold on APRs, which were our administrative parking reductions. So we haven't processed any APRs to date because of that board directed. And we're looking for direction. One of the issues that were contemplated was if we found, or should we increase the demand for our parking studies. What we found would suggest that there's not a overburden of deficient facilities from a parking standpoint. It was only one in particular that had it. One of the other things that I do want to mention to you, and this dates back to the Senate Bill 250, would put the prohibition upon adopting any additional, more restrictive LDC standards because of Hurricane Ian. Well, that has been extended by Senate Bill 180. It's not October 1st of 2026 or 2026. It's now October 1st of 2027 before we can make any additional, more restrictive language or regulations added to our LDC. And with that, seeking some direction from the board, one on the issue of would you like us to go out and look at additional parking standards, maybe not for all multifamily sites, but maybe for townhome development. We can look and see if there's any suggested unique ways that other jurisdictions are treating townhomes that maybe are different than your other multifamily complexes. But also on the issue of APRs, would the board still like us to have a freeze on those APRs, or based upon this study, are you okay with staff moving forward with APRs as they are submitted?
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, and you bring up a lot of points. Number one, thank you. This brings a lot of finality to the subject matter. I do have to say that the allowances within the APRs are counterintuitive to me. We're a driving society. I guess my question to you is, would you like for us to continue or discontinue the APRs, or are you okay going forward with them?
Well, we have it's kind of an unwritten policy. It's about 15 to 18% is kind of the edge limits of what we would do for an APR, and we really put more of a leaning towards, and what we find is the affordable housing communities really provide us with some solid justification for the reductions of the 10 or 15%. And what we've found is those facilities have not had parking issues associated with them. So staff would be comfortable moving forward with evaluating APRs as they come in. If the board felt that it was becoming an issue, I'm sure you would let staff know that maybe we need to stop that. But from a staff perspective, I think we should probably look at the townhome development and the way that they have their parking, and it's normally 2 cars per driveway, but for some reason the townhouse facility out in Orange Blossom Ranch just has a unique characteristics towards where they're that two per townhouse isn't provided sufficient, and they did have guest parking available, but even that wasn't sufficient, and I'm not sure why the characteristics of those units have resulted in a parking anomaly that we're not seeing at any other facilities.
Well, maybe my recommendation is stand down, let it go. There may be other issues that a lot has to do with demographics, has to do with population. There are culturally people who like to live multi-generationally. There may be more people living in one particular townhome than are supposed to be there, or what was contemplated per the size and bedrooms and so on and so forth. So I thank you for doing that, for doing this study, but I don't see any need to go forward.
All right, no one is lit up at this point. And I think you've got directions if the board agrees with it. I certainly have no objection to status quo. And I assume that's what you're basically talking about.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have any objections to just dropping this issue and moving on? Go for it. All right, let's move on.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11D. This is a recommendation to approve and execute an agreement for sale and purchase to purchase a .53 acre property currently zoned C4 at a purchase price of $1.25 million for the future EMS fire station expansion of Station 21 in East Naples. Mr. John Dunick, your Executive Director of Facilities and Redevelopment, is here to present.
Yeah, let me, if I might, I think you probably met with everybody on this issue. Does anybody have any questions? It seemed pretty straightforward.
I'm glad to hear you say that. This is
All right.
an important one to make.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Third.
It's my district.
I'm sorry.
In that case, I'll make a motion to deny to not do this. All right. Commissioner LaCastro makes a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
This is his district.
And I'll second it.
And Commissioner McDaniel,
He seconded.
Commissioner Colwell has seconded it.
Okay, and I'll just be
We
quiet.
have a motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Well, John might not need to run away because he's getting his props. That brings us to item 11E. This is a recommendation to accept a presentation on facilities management to include proposed strategies relating to deferred maintenance, space utilization, public safety, security, and master planning. And again, Mr. John Dunick, your Executive Director of Facilities and Redevelopment, is here to present, and he's handing out some stuff right now.
I just want it to be noted that Commissioner Kowal nor I got any prizes.
And now these
So
are
our stuff's all good.
It's show and tell, we share.
These items are now public record, so we'll ask the clerk if she could file these after we're finished.
I feel like we're on an episode of Shark Tank, and he's coming forward and showing us something.
He's showing us new granite.
Got presents for you.
Yes.
Before I kick off into this presentation, it's one of these things where we understand the competing interests, right? You've got utilities got issues, transportation has issues, DAS has issues. We all have challenges with funding, future requests. And so when I came into facilities, I've been here for about 6 months, and I promised Commissioner LaCastro I would do kind of an initial SWOT analysis and say, where are we? Where do we need to go? What do we need to do? And, excuse me. And so the first thing I started asking staff was, where we have building issues. And so Commissioner LaCastro, that is a gift from Tiger Tail Beach. That is the restroom facility. The other two props are actually the caps, the brackets that were holding up Sun and Fun. And so you can kind of see, if you take a peek at them, the condition that they were in exactly. And so, I said, start gathering this kind of stuff up, because I want to talk about, and I know it's 4:20 on Tuesday, and you've been here all day, deferred maintenance. And it's not sexy to talk about it, but it's, in my opinion, two of the things I'm most proud about in the previous places I've worked at is that you develop a plan and you work a plan, and you create sustainability throughout that process. And so you basically stick with it, you figure out ways. It's a living document, and I'll talk to you about previous plans in a second, but the fact of the matter is you've got to develop a plan. And so I asked Brian, I said, let's go high tech, where I'm old school and show props. I'm like, let's go high tech, and let's put all this information that we have, let's put them into one of these AI apps, and let's look at it and spit out a picture of like exactly what it is we're doing in terms of the facility department right now. And this is what it came up with. Basically, and I say this in jest, it's plugging holes in the dike. We are woefully behind in kind of our planning effort for staying ahead of some of our capital. And this isn't anybody's specific fault. This is an issue of COVID coming over a period of time and rerouting, hurricanes, allows for deviations in plans where you don't have the opportunity to work through it. The board's been great, and I'll show in a second about starting to beef up the funding side of it, but it's also beefing up the planning side of it, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. You know, today's objective, it's really kind of a 4-step process. It's really 3 at the heart of things in terms of how we see the plan fitting together. The first is a strategy to actually define the problem, which is what is our deferred maintenance costs? You know, when I was at Broward College, I made sure every one of my governing board members knew exactly what our deferred maintenance cost was. They knew it was $95 million, $93 million. Every year we'd update them. Did the scorecard get better or get it worse? So they knew exactly what that was. And when I look at our plans right here, we do not have a good handle on what our deferred maintenance is. We have kind of high swag analysis of, we think it's this, here's the asset value, here's the average life of things, where do we go from here? And so I want to get a good handle on that. The second in that is space utilization. Where are we today and where do we need to go? What is the efficiency of how we're operating today? You know, one of the things Amy and I have done quite a bit of is we've done some walkarounds. We've been looking at facilities and saying, where is it heavily utilized? Where is it underutilized? So then when you start looking at the condition assessment, you can start looking at then what is the efficiency of what you have. And so we kind of have a second step in that process, and I'll get into a little bit more detail to walk you through that. The third then is security, safety and security. Over the past, and I'll show you kind of the org chart and where we've been is, we have kind of rolled leadership roles up so high that I have people who are head of maintenance, they're also head of security, they're also doing other special projects in day-to-day, that they're not doing a good handle on all of these things, and we'll talk you through that. And then the fourth is when you take all of these things into consideration, you develop a master plan. And it's an inclusive master plan. Some of your previous master plans that I'll show you have been a little bit of piecemeal. They've talked about the main campus here. They've talked about going out east. They haven't really been looking at a holistic approach. They haven't looked at actually all the master plans that exist that we're working with between the jails, the fire, and so forth. So when you're doing land acquisition, are we looking at land acquisition in a strategic manner? And so we kind of want to walk you through that as well.
Mr. Dunnick, if you could get to a point where there would be a natural break. I know our court reporter, she's looking a little bit
Beautiful.
Oh, that's always, but a little tired right now. So can we get to a point where there would be a good break? Let's take a 10-minute break for the court.
Sure. Let me walk you through about 3 more slides, and then I think we can get to that kind of action item discussion because I'll keep this thing moving. In 2008, we did a master plan study that was kind of government center based. It looked mainly at this campus and the future where we go with Heritage Bay because that was some land that we had acquired through the GMD process. In 2017, we had a master plan that actually was pretty good in the fact that it actually looked at the value and condition assessments of our buildings. It kind of rated them in terms of, you know, A, B, C, D, and F, and kind of said, you know, here's something to look out for the future on where we're headed. But it also stopped short of kind of taking us to the next level in terms of where we needed to go. In 2019, a master plan discussion was had in a workshop that really talked about moving things east. And it was really kind of a shift from on campus to let's move things to the east. And a lot of those things, in each one of these plans, there were things that were executed and moved forward. I'm not saying there weren't. But the fact of the matter is they were stagnant and they stopped. In 2019, they stopped. In 2017, it stopped. It wasn't a living plan that as you guys are evaluating items, looking at it saying, okay, is this in the master plan? Is this not in the master plan? Does this shift the master plan? What does that have a cause and effect of? And where I want to go with the master plan is something that actually is a living document that we work with towards the future. The quick assessment that I looked at in the department is there was no planning arm in our facilities department. There was actually nobody dedicated to the planning effort of where we are moving for the future. So when you did a reorganization or you moved bodies around or you had increases in FTE counts, that was all reactionary to everything we were doing. We did not have a facilities, dedicated area to say where are we headed to in the future. There's no staff redundancy in key leadership positions. When I stepped in, Brian Deloney, who's the director, he was holding 3 different hats. He was actually acting as a project manager supervisor and as a project manager actively in there. James Williams, same thing on the maintenance side. He was holding on to the maintenance side. He was acting as project manager for DAS, and he was also dealing with the security side of things, and the financial administration of it. So, we're going to talk to how we get to some of those. We got to some of those fixes. System tools at the end of life, no longer in existence. We actually had no system of record for tracking everything. We had one, but it was it was at the end of life, and we had no plan for the future. So we've been working on building that system back up. And then the last assessment I mentioned to you of all county facilities was completed in 2017. So we're 8 years removed from the last assessment that was done. The quality of our AUIR, from our perspective, is probably 2-year window. When it should be quality up to 5 years, it's really about a 2-year window in terms of how we've done our planning side of it. And that gets back to no planning arm. And then I mentioned before, the average age of a building is 25 years. And I don't want to skew that because I can pull it up if necessary. But the majority of our buildings were built in the 1990s. And so you see that 2000, you have outliers with the museum and other places in Everglades, but the majority of our buildings were actually built in the 90s. So we're sitting at 25, 30 years of building construction that is in the need of some refresh. Systems of record keeping, public utilities, City Works. They use City Works. Growth Management uses City View, Transportation, Cartograph. Facilities was using End of Vision, which I mentioned to you is end of life. We are moving to Cartograph and to ArcGIS. We have done those contracts, so we are moving forward with the plan. And this will be the central clearinghouse of all the data that you gather so that we have that in one place for the future. So it becomes the living document of work order systems, project needs, and so forth. And before I get into this part of it, it's probably a good time to take the break.
Why don't we come back at 4:40? So we'll take a 10-minute break.
Chair, you have a live mic.
All right, we're all set to continue.
So one of the points I always want to make is it's not what you see, it's what you don't see. And you can see on the right-hand side in this picture, this is a set of old chiller lines from one of our buildings that we pulled out. You can see the condition it's in. And so when you're going to see me talking about moving forward with a project here on our campus, we're building the new chiller right now, but we have to replace all the chiller lines on this campus as well. They're sitting in underground heavy sulfur areas, and it's time for replacement. And this is one of the recommendations we're going to be coming forward with surtax money with the interest rate from the surtax to fund. But some of the key facilities I want to talk about, this administration building was built in 1974. We had a condition assessment done. It was part of the 2017 condition assessment, said keep an eye on it. More recently, after the hurricanes, we did another additional assessments for it to look at the feasibility. And basically, from a structural standpoint, we're okay. But when you look at the bones inside this building, you're going to have a lot of investment costs, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of issues. We have our access control has to be completely revamped in here. Our fire suppression has to be completely revamped in here. And you get to the point where you start saying, when are we going to start planning for a new facility? Because a facility this magnitude at 90,000 square feet is going to take some effort in the planning, and where do you put it on the campus while you keep continuity of operations? And so those are some of the challenges. But one of the people I wanted to invite here today was a young lady by the name of Corin Wager, who's got a speaker slip, but I think this may be appropriate time. She sent me an email. She sent the board an email approximately 2.5 months ago talking about trying to get in and out of the elevators here. And I responded back to her and said, we are where we are. We've looked at how we would improve the elevators. The shafts aren't wide enough to do an improvement here. We'd have to tear them both down at the same time to deal with it. And if you're looking at exterior elevator, something that was an add-on to this building, you're talking about exorbitant costs and challenges with that. I did mention at the time when I sent her that email a few months ago that I would invite her to this discussion because we've been planning this effort for a while, and let her share a little bit of her perspective of ingress and egress out of this building.
All right, we need to wait just a moment to get another microphone. Anything you want to fill us in while we're waiting?
No, just in terms of the structural analysis we did in this building is this building absorbs a lot of twisting and heavy wind events, and we've had windows blow out in some of our storm events. If you heard some of the noise outside earlier today, it's because Brian and his team are actively having a contractor recaulk these windows to ensure that we are stopping water penetration. One of the things, obviously, we're always constantly battling in South Florida is our building envelopes, and I'll talk a little bit of that later, but you're always looking at your roofs, your air conditionings, and your windows and doors to make sure that you're keeping the building from water getting inside of it. Another issue that I was kind of joking about, too, is a lot of times when they decorate these buildings, they put planter boxes engraved into the side of the buildings, and they look nice, but when they attract water and they keep water inside of them, they cause an acceleration of these buildings from a standpoint of dealing with spalling and other issues, and that's something we're dealing with in this facility as well. And so
I think we might be ready to go.
I think we're ready to go.
I warned her my wireless was dying. It died.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Corin Wager. I'm a retired combat veteran. I'm vaccine injured and now in a wheelchair following a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, and Lyme disease. My life has evolved very much since my diagnosis, and learned very quickly that accessibility has become a very important concern for me and others who are like me, who are in a wheelchair or other medical assisted devices. Anytime I want to go shopping, go on a boat, eat at a restaurant, visit an office or a government building, or attend a sporting event, I have to ask, is the entire building accessible? Can I get into the building? Are there any certain portions of the building that are accessible to me? Is there no elevator? Is the elevator large enough to accommodate my wheelchair? And then I also have to ask about bathrooms. A lot of times facilities, maybe the building portion may be accessible, but the bathroom is not. The elevators here are very difficult to get in and out, kind of like a 10-point turn for me, and it scrapes the side and damages my wheelchair. So I have to get the VA to help me with fixing my wheelchair. Getting in and out, and the bathroom is very difficult as well, to get into the stall, to be able to transfer onto the toilet and get back, and then open the door, and then to be able to utilize the facilities from the water, getting the soap, reaching the soap, and all that. It's not accessible. So it's very, very difficult for us in wheelchairs. I want to ensure that accessibility is at the forefront of planning when building, constructing, or renovating, instead of being an afterthought. Sometimes it feels like that when you walk into a building. It's like, oh, I guess you don't want me here. Accessibility is incredibly important, so it needs to be at the forefront of every single plan, every single construction, every single building permit, so that we don't feel like we're not being acknowledged. Most of the time when I bring up these issues of accessibility, I will either get a deer in the headlight look, or I will get a panic-stricken one where the individual will struggle to provide an adequate response of how I can get into the building, how I can access my representatives, my congressmen, my senators, or anybody that I wish to speak to promote, goodness for the community. There's nothing more frustrating than wanting to enter a building and participate or attend an event and not be able to because of accessibility issues. All I ask is that you keep accessibility at the forefront of planning, adequate clearances for wheelchairs, including ingress and egress for emergency responders, the gurneys, and their emergency response equipment. Thank you very much.
Let me ask Mr. Dunick a quick question. On the newer buildings that we have built, like the county building up at off of Mockley Road, that new facility there, are they in compliance?
Yes.
Right, so
our facilities are in compliance for the age that the code was adopted. Now, over time, it's evolved and things along those lines where it would be out of compliance by today's standards, but our new facilities be all code compliances.
because I agree with you. We have to make sure that number one, we're in compliance with the law, which requires it, but also just the fact that we want you to be able to get up here. Now, this building is, it is what it is. Any comments from the board? Any additional comments? Then thank you very much, and we will try to accommodate you as best we can when you want to be here. And if that means we have to send somebody downstairs to represent, if someone from Congressman Donald's office has to go downstairs because it's just inaccessible, then we'll make that happen. All right, thank you.
What branch of service were you in? What branch?
United States Air Force.
Me too.
Oh,
Me too.
there you go.
Come on, we got to get this done for her. Thanks for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your service.
And so you look at a building from 1974, and then you translate into the health department, which is one of our other significant buildings on this campus, was built in 1989. I know there's a lot of talk when we were going through the David Lawrence Center and could you relocate there and repurpose it, because in that initial report it had mentioned that building could go 2 stories higher than what it is today. I'd be willing to guess that by today's code standards, they wouldn't be allowed because the structure wouldn't support it below. But we're at a position right now where that building infrastructure is at about a $45 million estimate just to repair the basic infrastructure of the building, the HVAC, structural, electrical, needing upgrades. And so we're actually in that process of trying to determine, and this is what these studies will help us do, is it there again, part of a master plan tear down, or do you invest that money and just do the repair? And so that's the pro and the con of what we kind of go through in these processes, because you don't want to invest a bunch of money and then turn around and have to tear it down right after you've invested that money. And we want to be sure from our side that we're being methodical and strategic about how we handle the taxpayers' dollars. Just on campus, risk management, 1961. You'll see some of these first level flight buildings here. Human resources, 1960. In risk management, we just were plugging a lot of holes because we had penetrations inside the building, and if I'm being frank, we had rats in the building and we had to deal with. And we've got a good handle on it now, but we found penetrations where we didn't think penetrations existed in dealing with it. And so there again, we want to get into this idea of really figuring out how you replace these buildings in a meaningful way that's inclusive of everybody. This is just one of those, I threw a bunch of pictures together for my team, and I kind of work over to the red picture up in the middle top only because, you know, it's one of those where my dad always said you can fix anything with duct tape and a hammer, and this is clearly one of those where it's surrounded with some duct tape. But this is some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that you know, you can paint a building all day long, but if your infrastructure is failing behind it, it's not going to do any good. And so I just kind of wanted to throw a few of these together, and this is by no means all of them. This is just a sample. From a work order trend perspective, I thought it would be kind of important to kind of look at our work order system. And you can see if you look at over the time being, it's trending upwards in terms of what we're doing. And, you know, it breaks down kind of the roofs, HVAC, fire system, sidewalks, and plumbing. We had a spike in 2022 that was COVID related. Where we had a lot of issues going on between, you know, preparing these buildings and making sure we were prepared. But the overall trend is that our work orders are trending up, which is an analysis of all things being equal, your buildings are getting older. I just wanted to do a staffing comparison. We did this back in 2022, so it could be a little dated, but it just kind of shows an order of magnitude of how our facilities department, from a maintenance standpoint, compares against others. If you looked at us against some of these other counties and their square footage and what we maintain in square footage and our level of FTE, you would see the differential of what our position requirement would be. Now, I will preface this, because I don't want to just say it's just a staff issue, because we have contractor support too, but there's always a balance between contractor support and in-house staffing. And so as you get into our FY26 budget proposal, we're going to have some key positions that we're calling, obviously, in the county budget perspective, hardening positions, where they're contracted key staff positions that we would like to convert over, because the margin of the cost is very de minimis in terms of having them be an official county employee versus being a contractor. But this just gives us a little bit of a perspective of how we're operating as a staff and efficiency standpoint with other counties. I want to give kudos to the board. This is kind of the capital renovation maintenance spend. You can see it was at 4.7, 4.8 in 2020 and 2021, and the board has significantly kind of been pushing it upward. I think that is a recognition of our need in facilities. There again, the issue to me is going to be prioritization, and are we prioritizing that spend the best possible manner for the future, because we don't have these assessments, we haven't done the space utilization, and we haven't done a master plan in a period of time. We are reacting to breaks and fixes and not getting out ahead of it. Building the foundation, I don't want to seem all gloom and doom with everything, because we've done a lot of good things in the last 6 months. We've created a project manager, maintenance supervisor positions to create redundancies. I always mention it's like and I hate to be gloom about this, but say, if so-and-so, a person was hit by the bus tomorrow, who would be the backup to step in? And in our key leadership roles, we had no backup. We had no secondary level to support our leadership. And so we have tried to, we've added these positions, and I will also tell you, this is under the county managers and your leadership, we've taken from the pool positions. So we haven't increased our FTEs. We've taken from those vacancies through human resources that have been created, and we've reprioritized those positions. Similarly to that, we have a planning position that we've added to be able to start managing this project and managing the projects moving forward in terms of space utilization in our software, and actually have a dedicated resource to the future planning efforts that we're looking to do. We've also hired an experienced HVAC tech instead of outsourcing. That person is a 200% savings. We were outsourcing at double the rate. The same person who was working for a contractor is now coming to work for us, and we're saving the county taxpayers money by doing that and having him. And additionally, the whole concept with him, because he is probably got maybe 5 years left, is to start training the younger generation. And so he has full knowledge of our systems, and he can help train the future. And so it was a key hire for us. There again, no FTE added, just reprioritized within the budget. We're reviewing a proposal with a third-party vendor to assess the county facilities. When I talk about the facility assessment, we're working at an avenue, and the board has set aside about $1.3 million already towards this endeavor over the past several years. This will come under that funded budget, and I'll show you a little bit later. It'll be closer to $800,000 is what we're estimating. But we also think there's a way that we can piggyback off national contracts to get this thing going immediately instead of doing a year-long procurement process. These are things that I want to kind of move as aggressively and fast as possible. That contract, of course, would come back to the board for review, but we're moving forward with it. I mentioned before, we're investing in Cartograph and ArcGIS as a system of record. As we move into these, and when I make the ask for the space utilization, everything that we identify, we will require that it gets put into ArcGIS, which will be then the input into Cartograph, which, you know, from a layman's standpoint, Cartograph helps us with the work order system. ArcGIS is the spatial system that says, where does everybody sit? Where's, you know, what does everybody do? What are the systems in place? How do you find them? How do you track them? How do you do preventive maintenance? All of that is what we've already worked in place. We've signed those contracts and moving forward with it. Just from a high level, this is kind of one side of the organization, and I know this is a very busy chart, so I won't get into terrible detail about it. But if you kind of look in the light brown positions, you'll see some of the positions long-term we'd like to harden. It's not going to be the full request in this budget, of course, but strategically filling some of the vacancies in the green, hiring some of the ones or converting some of the ones in the brown to longer term, you know, are really key analysis. One of the other areas we came to was fire. We have basically one guy doing fire inspections for the whole county, and you have to have a person of record from the county for every inspection, and to ask that person to do all of the county, you know, fire inspections when the fire departments are there, to be there as the person representing the county, it's too much. So we've added a position without adding any new expense to the county through the pool position portion.
How's Deloney the only one with a picture on that thing? What's up with that?
He put this chart together.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question, though? That really surprises me. One person in the whole county? We don't have key trained people in certain fire stations that are trained to do inspections as well?
Well, the guys in the fire stations don't represent the county facility side of it. And there again, it's a kind of the, you know, they're the ones doing the inspections a lot of times. So you have to have kind of that firewall of who the representative is. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that too, because part of what we're trying to get back at is that we are the caretaker on behalf of the Board of County Commissioner of all buildings. I think over the last several years, it's been more of a decentralized process where the departments have had a lot more leeway. And we've been more of a support side of it, customer service oriented, helping out, but really controlling, like you know, there's always this creep that occurs where space becomes vacant and then all of a sudden somebody moves into it without telling anybody else, and it starts expanding. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen. We want to actually get back to truly being the caretaker of your county facilities and dealing with that. But yes, from a fire perspective, we were very limited in our positions, and we still have a ways to go. But we're, you know, with me, it's kind of a crawl, not run. I'm not going to ask you for 4 positions immediately and say I need all 4. We're going to get to a couple. We're going to assess. Then we'll come forward and we'll prove it up to you where the need is and where it's, you know, where we have some leeway. But you know, we're kind of in that, you know, area of let's build this baseline here, and then we can continue to grow.
I'll just offer this, and I know the military is different, but it's part of the base that I pull from my my previous life. At the bases that I commanded, where we had 20 fire stations, like at Andrews Air Force Base, we used to pick key people in the fire stations and send them to those facilities, training courses, and they got extra pay because of it, and it allowed us, because our civil engineer didn't have enough people to do the inspections, and so we augmented that staff, and they had to go to a specific course. Might not be what we can do here, but just hearing that there's one is, I'm sure, concerning to all of us.
And we'll continue to look at those models. You know, part of what I mentioned before is our trades workers, from a standpoint of, you know, our blend of both, you know, contracted and in-house. We do a lot of contracted work, and so the burden on the guys who are the trades workers, we prioritize those towards their trades and what they're good at first and foremost. And so, it's a constant evaluation. Obviously, we take everybody individually what their skill set is, but from a core, we wanted to get at, just that additional inspection side of it. In maintenance, obviously you'll see fire too. Fire also includes obviously systems, right? We got to take care of the system. So when there's inspection in systems, you have to work through in terms of how we're caretaking for the public safety. And part of the FY26 budget is you're going to see some additional positions, and I'll mention to you in a minute, for public safety. And it's not only public safety of our access control on the capital side of it, but it's also for the active shooter side of it. Are we continuing staying up with our plans and our reports? Are we training, making sure that everybody, we're working with Dan Summers' group, working with the sheriff's office, working with the coordination that needs to be done. And so the vision is to get some additional leadership in there to be concentrating solely on public safety, which we haven't had for several years. Deferred maintenance, here's the recommendation I mentioned before. Hire the third-party consultant. We don't have the bandwidth to do it internally. We have way too many facilities to go around inspecting from our standpoint. Assess the building envelopes and all the vertical structures. Working with building estimates for repair. The company we're talking about uses U.S. means. They're reputable nationally. Prioritize based on safety and operations. I kind of mentioned, you kind of look on the right-hand side, kind of like the priority list of how you do facility assessment, which kind of speaks all the way from public safety to, deficiencies. Integrate findings in the system of record. That's important. Make sure it all gets in the document and make sure it all gets into the system of record. So everything we have has a life beyond Brian and myself, that the next person who comes in can take care of it. And then I mentioned before, we're looking to utilize Sourcewell to expedite this. We're going to continue to evaluate it. We're working with procurement. It may or may not be the best solution, but I think we feel pretty good about it at this point in time. And then the funding is budgeted. I mentioned before, you have set aside $1.3 million to build up in this plan. This part of it costs about $800,000 to do it. We want to get that going because this step then leads to the next step. You kind of have to know what your as-is condition is before you can start working into your 2Bs. Space utilization, this is kind of the step 2. The problem definition is we've had a decentralized approach to space planning, no system of record of where people sit. Like I couldn't accurately tell you how much square footage the clerk has right now. My goal is to be able to tell you how much the square footage the clerk has.
Let's just ask her.
And it's that trust but verify. Right?
Yeah,
No, but no, I'm just using her as an example. But it's that kind of thing of really having a handle on our departments, where we're at, and where the future is, and what we need to schedule. Standards not followed. You can go into one office space and it's large, one office space is small. We have standards. It's just over time with organizational changes and moves and so forth, we've lost handle of what those square footage standards look like and where we're in compliance, where we're out of compliance. The whole GIS indoor system is going to help us get there. So we can, it's not to say we got to move everybody into a square box, and everybody has to be absolutely equal, but it's an evaluation tool to say how far out of our standards are we, or are we in our standards. Mentioned underutilized space by design. We have a lot of areas that frankly were just designed poorly that have wasted areas. We walked through the EOC not too terribly long ago, and you have these big hallways and broken up areas, and I know obviously the design at the time may have made sense, but as we go into renovations and you start looking at cost benefit of adding a building versus renovating a building, you may want to look at some of those underutilized space areas as we're working for efficiencies. And then operational efficiencies. If one thing COVID kind of taught us is you can operationalize space savings. One of the things when we're talking about Guardian ad litem and their move is they have found, and they're obviously not an organization of the county, but they have found that they can work remotely in some cases. And so their square footage needs on state standards versus what they're willing to go with in a move is different. It's less because they can have 3 people in the office, the requirement 3 days a week versus all 5. And so as we work with departments and we look at operational efficiencies, should there be a bullpen because the guy's out in the field, or does he have a dedicated office? You know, you look at those kind of things as you're working through facilities. And then I've mentioned to you this before is daily usage reports, and I'll show you in a second. You know, one of the things that kills me is space that sits vacant 80% of the time. You should always be looking at what is the actual occupancy in a daily basis, not a long period of time basis, but the example I'll use is the training rooms. This is a list of the training rooms we have on this campus alone. We've got human resources, risk, facilities, public utilities, clerks, judicial, sheriff, IT. And it's territorial. Each one of them serves their own purpose, but how much are we actually utilizing that training space? How often are they in there on a daily basis? And should we start sharing these spaces instead of programming it out by department? Should we start working in a manner that, we figure out how a calendar works and we can work it that way? And so, then you can repurpose that space for other needs. And it's just, to me, it's some level of common sense, but if you don't have the system in place to do it, you don't have a good handle on what you're, trying to get to in the future. And I mentioned this before, space utilization from efficiency. Our recommendation is make sure that it's understood that the board owns the space. When we get into constant discussions about, the sheriff's facilities, other areas, we want to make sure that ultimately the responsibility of these facilities is the county, and that we need to be the caretaker. And sometimes that means saying no. Sometimes that means compromise. We'll be the enforcement side of it in facilities, but we also need to say that we're taking it back a little bit. I've had a few discussions between other constitutionals in the past several months where there are some space requirements on both sides, and we're trying to work our way to compromise. But ultimately, it needs to be owned by the county, the Board of County Commissioners. And so one of the things I'm trying to bring back is kind of that attitude of it needs to work through us. Exactly. Audit the current space. I mentioned that before. You got to see where we're at. We got to get it documented. We got to know where everybody is. Input the data in the system of record. Identify common areas. Examine daily usages. And incorporate these findings into the master planning's efforts. So if you think about the steps and you say, okay, what's the condition of our facilities? You're not going to be looking if a building's an F and you want to it's a tear down. You're not looking at reutilizing that space. You're looking at moving people out of that space to somewhere else. But you have to know where your efficiencies are everywhere else. And so the first 2 steps of both looking at the condition of your buildings and looking at your space utilization truly lead you into the master planning effort. I'm going to step away from that for just real quick because as part of this, I mentioned to you that there is this underlying issue, which is a security assessment of public safety. We have an aging infrastructure. It's great when you have the high-tech stuff when you start off in access control, and we have our central control room over at facilities, but we have a lot of equipment that's aged out. These are things that should be in a recycling plan of every 7 years to be in our budget and to be replacement. And we have kind of looked at those as capital initiatives and not looked at them as operational to take care of. And so we have legacy fire alarm systems. We were in fire watch here for, I want to say, almost 2 months because we have a Johnson control unit system and here and other facilities, and that's, I took the pictures up above, that is the old I can't even say it right now.
I think we know what you're trying to say.
Yes, exactly. That it's so old, you can't find equipment for it.
I wanted to see the transcript for that, Terry. You get that written down.
I swear it's only water in here. But yes, and you have access control units that need replacement. We've had card access failures. We've all experienced in this building. Security access point needs some upgrades. And then, as I mentioned, the reoccurring life cycle. On this other side of it is the security personnel, making sure we're continuing with the threat assessments, safety through design. One of the things is every time you're looking at a facility, do you have a person with a set of eyes on a new facility, making sure that they're actually building it with safety in mind through design? Where your lighting structures are, people's paths in and out of parking lots, how you do the landscaping. And so we're going to be coming to you in the FY 26 budget with our recommendations to, for security being one of our high priorities in facilities. And then the final part is develop the master plan. Complete step 1 and 2, develop a formal inclusive process of all stakeholders. If one thing that the clerk and I talk about is when previous plans have been done, there have been people left out of the discussions. And so plans get done, get built, and then the stakeholder who also has a stake in it is saying, wait a second, nobody talked to me. Or they started in a plan and they talked to them and it didn't finish in a plan. And so we're going to make sure we have sign-offs and stakeholder meetings. We had a great meeting on the Immokalee Government Center. It started off rough, but it got better and better as we talked about programming out that facility because we had the stakeholders in the room working through the issues together. And I think they would all pretty much say they felt pretty good about it at the end of it. We want that process to be engraved in our system. And then when you get into master planning, there shouldn't be a master plan over here or master plan over there. We really should be working towards truly master planning so that, as I mentioned, kind of to me, it's strategic land acquisition for one thing, so that if fire needs something and EMS needs something, we're pretty good about kind of matching that up now. But when you look at other shared use facilities, libraries, parks, are we looking at the future of co-locations and having true government centers in other places? It starts with kind of knowing what the subdivisional plans are and how they all feed into one general master plan. I mentioned trust but verify. Obviously, we always get people's wish lists, but you got to make sure you got to hold people accountable to prove it up. And so part of this process will be making sure that there is an accountability aspect of everything working forward. And then continuing to invest in the plan. The worst thing is to develop a plan, spend all this money, put it on a shelf. That plan should be a living document that should be part of every decision you all make moving forward so that you understand how it evolves. A master plan is not going to be perfect. It's going to change, but making sure that you kind of continue to work with it as you're making the change. And so kind of next steps, I mentioned you before, deferred maintenance, we have that study funded. We have space utilization partially funded. And then master planning, between the rest of space utilization and master planning, that's part of our FY26 budget request. We have about $3.5 million of requests to finish those items out. I won't say, I know we technically don't always do kind of, a year by year what you think the spend is going to be within a project. We fund it all up front. But from my standpoint, we're going to need about $3.5 million to complete the rest of this plan. And honestly, if we started today, we're talking 5 years. I mean, this is not an overnight thing. These things will take time. You have 5 million square feet of structures. I want to say the last count I saw was 818 structures themselves. To look at now, you have about 3.8 million of building envelope to work with, but you need to start that plan as soon as you can. And that's my recommendation. And obviously this was a precursor to AUIR coming up and then moving into the budget workshops.
This money is just for study and analysis and prioritization, right? It's not for actual.
This is just to build the building blocks.
Oof.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, well, and this all feeds back into, again, history lessons. When Commissioner Saunders, you and I came into office, there was $1 billion of unfunded capital and maintenance issues on the front page of the budget that had been deferred by, and of course we always blame previous administrations, but it had been deferred based upon the priorities at those particular times. And we picked up plus minus 500 million. I say we picked up, there was 500 million or so gathered with the sales tax initiative, and then we've been plugging away sporadically at the deferred maintenance and other capital deficits, but it's past time for this to be done. I mean, I can't support this any more than I'll help you every way I possibly can. I mean, this has to be done. We can do all of those efforts that are put upon us from the state and everything else, but if you're chasing your tail with deferred maintenance and capital expenditures, you're just going to keep going in a circle.
And it's a recognition, I mentioned the 90s, obviously I was here from 95 to 2004.
Also, this is your fault.
Well, it was an impact fee world. It was, you're building new stuff. You weren't thinking about the long-term maintenance of it. And now we're 25 years later, and we've got to deal with it. And that's why I mentioned, like, when we did the guaranteed maximum price for David Lawrence Center, we incorporated in you need to start thinking about the capital maintenance of that building, now, because you don't want the sticker shock of having to do replacement for a $60 million building down the road. You want to start kind of building that into your integration of your thought process.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you need
anything else in this?
Does he need approval on this?
I believe that takes us to the end. We put off the issue dealing with shelter from the storm and that sort of thing for a later date because of the lateness of the hour.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have none.
Very good. Item 15B is staff project updates. The update on the state Doge will take 30 seconds. We have transmitted the resolution to the state Doge. We have had 2 sets of correspondence and data requests from the state Doge office, and we have fulfilled both of those and are awaiting any further requests or direction. So far, we've been able to provide them everything that they've asked for. The update on hurricane season preparedness, we're actually going to move that into June, and we'll combine it with our usual kind of hurricane roundup, hurricane preparedness. The reason it was on the agenda here for today was Senator Scott had his hurricane preparedness meeting at the EOC today. Unfortunately, we weren't able to attend that. So Director Summers will give us an update on that, but he said it all went well.
Yep.
Now, and with that, County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Colwell.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
I have nothing, thank you.
McDaniel.
I have nothing either. What? I can come up with something if you give me a second.
Oh, that's
A lot of unused space in his office. We might want to start there.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly.
Amy, I just wanted to thank you for keeping your promise to stay focused on Station 21. I mean, I know and I appreciate my colleagues unanimously approving the pursuit of that property, but what we did today is we have a grossly undersized fire station that sits next to a parcel of land that the county owns, that sits next to a rundown hotel that could be better utilized by using that acreage as part of a fire station expansion. So I know we still have a long way to go, but I appreciate you keeping it on your radar and all the hard work you've done to sort of push through a really, really great plan. And obviously all the commissioners are aware of it, but I wanted to just, thank you for spearheading it and keeping me posted. Thank you.
All right, this is a request from Mr. Jovanovich. He has, we have the NC Naples. Right now, it's tentatively set for June 24th, and we're not going to have a full board for that.
Right.
So his question was, can we continue this to that first meeting in July, which I believe is July 9th?
There's no difference.
Now, we have a policy where we don't generally hear controversial zoning things, but we've not necessarily followed that policy. So the question is whether the board is willing to hear this at our first meeting in July.
My personal belief is, I know we don't by policy hear contentious land use items, but with all of the capacities that are available and the hybrid systems that we have in place, no one's precluded from participating.
Right, so there's no objections. All right, so if you'd advise Mr. Jovanovich that we will accommodate him, and hear this. I think it was, is it
The
July 8th?
July 8th.
July 8th.
This does give us the opportunity, because I know that the communities have been in touch with several of your offices. So we will be sure that we reach out and advise them of those hearing dates, as well as their ability to participate by Zoom if they happen to be traveling or out of the area.
And here's the other thing, if we hear it, it doesn't mean we have to vote on it. So if any one commissioner here thinks that that day we're missing a key piece, or some citizens voice something that is more than what we are comfortable with, we can always, hear it. And, we're not saying we're definitely voting on something on the 8th.
Understood. I believe that Mr. Yovanovitch and his client have heard the concerns of the communities and are moving in a direction that will be more, that the community will be happier with. But that remains to be seen.
Okay. My only comment is I want to thank the board for considering the issue dealing with the Paradise Coast Park and that potential for the tourist tax issue. I think it's an important issue, and one that I take very personally, so I'm looking forward to continuing that. With that, unless there's something else, we are adjourned.